Ex the Geek Luftwaffe and the airlift. At 2:45, an attack developed on the corner of the reservation, in the direction of the explosives magazines. It turned out to be relatively trivial. Remnants of the mob that had been broken up by air attack on the road had gotten together and were making rushes in small bands, keeping well spread out. Beating them off took considerable ammunition, but it was accomplished with negligible casualties to the defenders. They finally stopped coming around daylight. In the meantime, Themistocles called from, appearing in the screen with his left arm in a freshly white sling. "What the hell have you been doing to yourself?" "Wanted to know. Crossbow bolt about half an hour ago. A couple of inches lower and acting brigadier general have been talking to you now instead of me. Lucky it didn't have a nitro capsule on the end. How are you making out? Have's people started coming in yet?" "Oh yes, about 600 of them have gotten in already, in the damnedest collection of vehicles you ever saw. Must be using every scrap of he has. It's a regular airborne Dunkirk in reverse. Sent word that he's coming here in person, as soon as he has things organized at his place. And the geeks here have scraped together an air force of their own farm lorries, that sort of thing, and they're using them to bomb us here and at the mainland farm, mostly with. We've shot down about 20 of them, but they're still coming. They tried a boat attack across the channel, that's how I got this. We've been doing some bombing ourselves. We made a down payment for and took a 50-ton tank off a fuel lorry, fitted it with a detonator, filled it with and it over on the and dumped it on the embassy. It must have landed in the middle of the central court. In about 15 seconds, flames were coming out every window in the place." His face became less jovial. "We had something pretty bad happen here too," he said. "That rabble of prints, along with the others, they got into the hospital and butchered everybody in the place, patients and staff. They got there too late to save anybody, but they wiped out the. Himself was the only one they took alive, and he didn't stay that way very long. How are you making out with your civil administration crowd?" Grimaced. "I haven't had to put any of them under actual arrest so far, but we've had to keep away from the communications equipment by force. He wanted to call you up and chew you out for not evacuating everybody in the north too." "Is he crazy?" "No, just scared. He says you're going to get everybody on massacred by detail when you could save by bringing them all here. You tell him I'm going to hold this planet, not just one city. Tell him I have a sense of my duty to the company and its stockholders. If he hasn't, put it in those terms and he may understand you." "Yes, I'll try that out on too. He's in a hell of a state about the losses the banking cartel are taking on this deal. Well, I'll call you when there's anything new." By 3:30, it was daylight. The attacks against the northwest corner of the perimeter stopped entirely. Had the 300-odd laborers at work, he had gathered up all the tarpaulin he could find and had the 2 sewing machines in the shop running on sandbags. To his agreeable surprise, had taken hold of his ARP assignment and was doing an efficient job in organizing for firefighting, damage control, and first aid. Colonel had his and combat cars working in ever-widening circles over the countryside, shooting up everything in sight that even looked like equipment. Some of these patrols had to be recalled around 10:30, when sporadic nuisance sniping began from the side of the mountain to the west. And along with everything else, Quinton managed, along with her other work, to get a complete digest prepared of the situation elsewhere in the Terran-occupied parts of the planet. The situation was brightening steadily. The second wave of improvised airlift, reinforced by from, had come in. There were now close to 2,000 fresh on island and the mainland farms, himself with them. The Aldebaran had reached town and was loading another 1,000. There was nothing more from. A message from Colonel Mack had come in at dawn, to the effect that the geeks had penetrated his last defenses and that he was about to blow up the residency. Thereafter went off the air. By 7:30, the Northern Star had landed the regiment Murderers, armed with first-quality Terran infantry rifles and a few machine guns and bazookas, at the palace and by 8:45 she had returned with another regiment, the Gilfeeders. The 3-lane street connecting the palace and the residency had been widened to 6, and then to 8. Guido, at Grank, was still at uneasy peace with King, who was still undecided whether the rebels or the company were going to be the eventual victors, and afraid to take any irrevocable step in either direction. 8 men and 4 women, the survivors of a trading station on the eastern shore of sea, reached in a lorry, another trading station on the south shore, reported by telecast that the natives there had refused to rise against them and had 5 of his disciples who had come among them preaching. At 11:00, Quinton and Barney virtually ordered him to get some sleep. He went to his quarters at Company House, downed a spaceship captain-sized drink of honey rum, and slept until 16:00. As he dressed and shaved, he could hear through the open window the slow sputter of small arms fire, punctuated by the occasional whump-whump of 40 autocannon or the hammering of a machine gun. Returning to his command post at the telecast station, the terrain board showed that the perimeter of defense had been pushed out in a bulge at the northwest corner. The TV screen pictured a crude breastwork of petrified tree trunks, sandbags, mining machinery, packing cases, and odds and ends, upon which native laborers were working under guard, while a skirmish line had been thrown out another 400 or 500 yards and were exchanging potshots with on the gullied hillside. "Where, Colonel Quinton?" he asked. "She ought to be taking a turn in the sack now." "She's taking one," Major, who had commanded the action at the native troops barracks and the labor camp the night before, told him. "General chased her off to bed a couple of hours ago, called me in to take her place, and then went out to replace me. Colonel in the hospital, got hit about 1300. They're afraid he's going to lose a leg. That's a bloody shame." He pointed to the northwest corner of the perimeter on the screen. "Whose idea was that?" he asked. "It's a good one. I ought to have thought of it myself." Your new adjutants grinned. She asked somebody what those big domes up there were. When they told her there were 10,000 tons of 5,000 tons of blasting explosives and 5 tons of plutonium under them, she damned near fainted, and then she ordered that right away. More reports came in. The entire garrison of the small residency at the most northern of the eastern shore free cities had arrived at its town in 200-foot scows and 5. 2 of the arrived half an hour behind the rest of the refugee flotilla, having turned off at to pay their respects to King. They reported the residency in ruins, its central buildings vanished in a huge crater, the smuts and the were still in the company docks, both apparently damaged by the blast which had destroyed the residency. One of them had rocketed and machine gunned some who appeared to be trying to repair them, the other blew up King's plant. Called and ordered a bombing mission against Organized to make sure the 2 ships stayed out of service. The Northern Star was still bringing loyal troops into. King, whom called, was highly elated. "We are killing traitors wherever we find them," he exulted. "The city is yellow with their blood, their heads are piled everywhere. How is it with you at?" "We have killed many also," boasted. "And tonight we will kill more. We are preparing bombs of great destruction, which we will rain down upon until there is not one stone left upon another, or one infant of a day's age left alive." Reacted as he was intended to. "Oh no, General, don't do all that," he exclaimed. "You promised me that I should have, on the word of a Terran. Are you going to give me a city of ruins and corpses? Ruins are no good to anybody, and I am not a Jeel to eat corpses." Shrugged. "When you are strong, you can flog your enemies with a whip. When you are weak, all you can do is kill them. If I had 5,000 more troops here." "Oh, I will send troops as soon as I can," hastened to promise. "All my best regiments, the murderers, the Jeel feeders, the corpse reapers, the devastators, the fear makers. But now that we have stopped this sinful rebellion here, I can't take chances that it will break out again as soon as I strip the city of troops." Nodded. His argument made sense. He would have taken a similar position himself. "Well, get as many as you can over here as soon as possible," he said. "We'll try to do as little damage to as we can, but—" At 18:30, joined him for her breakfast, while he sat in front of the big screen, eating his dinner. There had been light ground action along the southern end of the perimeter. King's regulars, reinforced by tribesmen and levies of townspeople, all of whom seemed to have firearms, were filtering in through the ruins of the labor camp and the wreckage of the equipment park, and there was renewed sniping from the mountainside. The long afternoon of the northern autumn dragged on. Finally, at 22:00, the sun set, and it was not fully dark for another hour. For some time there was an ominous quiet, and then, at 0:30, the enemy began attacking in force, driving herds of livestock lumbering six-legged brutes bred by the north for food to test the defenses for electrified wire and landmines. Most of these were shot down or blown up, but a few got as far as the wire, which, by now, had been strung and electrified completely around the perimeter. Behind them came parties of regulars with long-handled insulated cutters. A couple of cuts were made in the wire, and a section of it went dead. The line, at this point, had been rather thinly held. The defenders immediately called for air support and ordered 15 of his remaining 20 and 5 combat cars into the fight. No sooner were they committed than the radar on the commercial airport control tower picked up air vehicles approaching from the north, and the air raid sirens began howling and the searchlights went on. As a protection from the sudden fury of the summer and winter gales, the buildings were all low, thick-walled, and provided with steel doors and window shutters which were electrically operated and centrally controlled. These slammed shut in every occupied building. The which had been sent to support the ground defense at the south side of the reservation turned to meet this new threat, and everything else available, including the 4 heavy, lifted up. Meanwhile, guns began firing from the ground and from rooftops. There had been 4 ordinary passenger vehicles equipped with machine guns on improvised mounts, and 10 big lorries converted into bombers in the attack. All the lorries and all but one of the makeshift fighter escort were shot down, but not before explosive and bombs were dumped all over the place. One lorry emptied its load of bombs on the control building at the airport, starting a raging fire and putting the radar out of commission. A repair shop at the ordnance depot was set on fire, and a quantity of small arms and machine gun ammunition piled outside for transportation to the outer defenses blew up. An explosive bomb landed on the roof of the building between Company House and the telecast station, blowing a hole in the roof and demolishing the upper floor. And another load of missing the power plant set fire to the dry grass between it and the ruins of the native troops' barracks. Before the air attack had been broken up, the soldiers of King and their irregular supporters were swarming through the dead section of wire. They had 4 or 5 big farm tractors, nuclear-powered but unequipped with generators, which they were using like ground tanks of the 1st century. This attack penetrated to the middle of the reservation before it was stopped and the attackers either killed or driven out. For the first time since daybreak, the red and yellow lights came on around the power plant. As soon as the combined air and ground attack was beaten off, ordered all his available up, flying patrols around the reservation and retaliatory bombing missions against, and began bombarding the city with his 9mm guns. A number of fires broke out, and at about 2:00, a huge expanding globe of orange-red flames soared up from the city. "There goes Stock," he said to who was standing beside him in front of the screen. Half an hour later, he discovered that he had been overly optimistic. Much of the enemy's supply of Terran had been destroyed, but enough remained to pelt the reservation and the company buildings with incendiaries, when a second and more severe air attack developed, consisting of 40 or 50 makeshift lorry bombers and 15. The previous attack had viewed in the screen at the telecast station. It was his questionable good fortune to observe the second one directly, having been out inspecting the defenses around the ordnance depot at the time. Like the first, the second air attack was beaten off, or more exactly down. Most of the enemy was destroyed. At least 24 vehicles crashed inside the reservation. As in the first instance, there was a simultaneous ground attack from the southern side, with a demonstration attack at the north end. For a while found himself fighting hand-to-hand, first with his pistol and then, when his ammunition was gone, with a picked-up rifle and bayonet. It was full daylight before the last of the attackers was either killed or driven out. 5 minutes later, while he was reloading his pistol clips with salvaged cartridges, the Northern Star came bulking over the mountains from the west. XI of princedoms which have been won by conquest. Holstering his pistol, he raced for the telecast station to receive a call from a colonel, a Zanzibar Arab, aboard the approaching ship. "I've one of his regiments, the Jilfeeders, armed with Terran 9 rifles and a few bazookas. I have a company of our with their mounts and a battalion of the 6th NUNI. I also have 4 9mm guns Terran manned," he reported. What's the situation, General, and where do you want me to land? Describe the situation succinctly, in an ancient and unprintable military. Try landing south of the reservation, a little west of the ruins of the labor camp, he advised. The bulk of army is in that section, and I want them run out as soon as possible. We'll give you all the and fire support we can. The Northern Star let down slowly, firing her guns and dropping bombs. As she descended, rifle fire spurted from all her lower deck portholes. There was cheering, human and from inside the battered defense perimeter. Combat cars and improvised bombers lifted out to strafe the on the ground, and the four moved out to take position and open fire with their 90s, helping to flush King's regulars and auxiliaries out of the gullies and ruins and drive them south along the mountain, away from where the ship would land and also away from the city of. The Northern Star set down quickly, and troops and artillery began to be unloaded, joining in the fighting. It was 500 miles to 3 hours after lifting out, the Northern Star was back again, with 2 more of King's infantry regiments, and by 1300, when the 4th load arrived the fighting was entirely on the eastern bank of the dry river. This last contingent of reinforcements was landed in the eastern suburbs of, and began fighting their way into the city from the rear. It was evident, however, that the pacification would not be accomplished as rapidly as Wish Street fighting, against a determined enemy, is notoriously slow work, and he decided to risk the Northern Star in an attack against the palace itself, and over the objections of Quinton and Barney to lead the attack in person. Inside the city, he found that the cavalry had thrust up one of the broader streets to within 1,000 yards of the palace, and supported by infantry, and a couple were pounding and hacking at a mass of whose uniform lack of costume prevented distinguishing between soldiery and townsfolk. Very few of these, he observed, seemed to be using firearms. With his glasses, he could see them shooting with long northern air rifles and a few sea crossbows. Either weapon would shoot clear through a terrain or halfway through and at 50 yards, but at over 200 they were almost harmless. There were a few fires still burning from the bombardment of the night before, and particularly north, cities did not burn well, and the blaze which had consumed the bulk of stock of fuel had long ago burned out, leaving an area of 6 or 8 blocks blackened and lifeless. The ship let down while the 6 combat cars which had accompanied her buzzed the palace roof, strafing it to keep it clear, and the aboard fired with their rifles. She came to rest on 7/8 weight reduction, and even before the gangplanks were run out, they were dropping to the flat roof, running to stairhead penthouses and tossing grenades into them. The taking of the palace was a gruesome business. Knowing exactly how much mercy they would have shown had they been storming the residency, soldiers and courtiers fought desperately and had to be exterminated, floor by floor, room by room, hallway by hallway. There was some attempt at escape from the ground floor as his fought their way down from above, but the Northern Star and her escort of combat cars and bombed and machine-gunned and rocketed the fugitives from above, and the loyal cavalry, bursting through the mob, came up shooting and lancing. By this time, and fitted with a sound amplifier, was circling overhead, while a loyal native officer of the 6th NUNI shouted offers of quarter and orders to the troops to spare any who surrendered. Driving down from above, and his slithered over floors increasingly greasy with yellow blood. He had picked up a broadsword at the foot of the first stairway down. A little later, he tossed it aside in favor of another, better balanced and with a better guard. There was a furious battle at the doorways of the throne room. Finally, climbing over the bodies of their own dead and the enemy, they were inside. Here there was no question of quarter whatever, at least as long as lived. North nobles did not surrender under the eyes of their king, and North kings did not surrender their thrones alive. There was also a tradition, of which was mindful, that a king must only be killed by his conqueror, in personal combat with steel. With a wedge of bayonets around him and the picked-up broadsword in his hand, he fought his way to the throne, where waited, a sword in one of his upper hands, his spear of state in the other, and a dagger in each lower hand. With his left hand, detached the bayonet from the rifle of one of his followers and went forward, trying not to think of the absurdity of a man of the 6th century, the representative of a civilized chartered company, dueling to the death with swords with a barbarian king for a throne he had promised to another barbarian, or of what could happen if he allowed this four-armed monstrosity to kill him. It was not as bad as it looked, however. The ornate spear of state, in spite of its long, cruel-looking blade, was not an especially good combat weapon, at least for one hand, and seemed confused by the very abundance of his armament. After a few slashes and jabs, knocked the unwieldy thing from his opponent's hand. This raised a fearful ululation from the nobility, who had stopped fighting to watch the duel. Evidently, it was the very worst sort of a bad omen. Seemingly relieved to be disencumbered of the thing, caught his sword in both hands and aimed a roundhouse swing at its head, dodged, crippled one of his lower hands with a quick slash, and lunged at the royal belly. Used his remaining dagger to parry, backed a step closer to his throne, and took another swing with his sword, which on the bayonet in his left hand. Then backing, he slashed at the inside of his leg with the 1,000-year-old cootie. Unable to support the weight of his dense-tissued body on one leg, stumbled, ran him neatly through the breast with his sword and through the throat with the bayonet. There was silence in the throne room for an instant, and then, with a horrible collective shriek, they threw down their weapons. One of slung his rifle and picked up the spear of state with all four hands, taking his post ceremoniously behind the victor. A couple of others dragged the body to the edge of the dais, and one of them drew his leaf-shaped short sword and beheaded it. At mid-afternoon was on the roof of the palace, holding the spear of state, with its head impaled on the point, while a Terran technician aimed an audiovisual recorder. "This," he said with the geek speaker in his mouth, "is King's spear of state, and here upon it is King's head. 2 days ago was at peace with the company, and was king in. If he had not dared raise his feeble hand against the might of the company, he would still be alive, and his spear would still be borne behind him. So must all those who rise against the company perish." Cut. The camera stopped. I came forward and took the spear of state, with its grisly burden, carrying it to a nearby wall and leaning it up, like a piece of stage property no longer required for this scene but needed for the next. Took out his geek speaker, wiped and pouched it, and took his cigarette case from his pocket. "Well, this is the limit." Quentin, who had come up during the filming of the scene, exploded. "I thought you had to kill him yourself in order to encourage your soldiers. I didn't think you wanted to make a movie of it to show your friends. I'm through, you can find yourself a new adjutant." Tapped the cigarette on the gold and platinum case, and stared at her through his monocle. "You can't resign," he told her. "Resignations of officers are not being accepted until the end of hostilities. In any case, I shouldn't care to have you go. You're the best adjutant not accepted I ever had. Sit down, Colonel." He lit the cigarette. "Your politico-military education still needs a little filling in. At Grank we have 2 ships. One is the Northern Lights, sister ship of the Northern Star. The other is the cruiser Procyon, the only real warship on, with a main battery of 4 200 guns. How King was able to get control of those ships I don't know, but there will be a board of inquiry and maybe a couple of courts-martial, when things get stabilized to a point where we can afford such luxuries. As it is, we need those ships desperately, and as soon as he gets in, I'm sending to Grank with the Northern Star and a load of rifles to pry them loose. The audio-visual of which this is the last scene is going to be one of the crowbars he's going to use." "Oh, I get it." Her eyes widened with pleasure at having finally caught on. She accepted the cigarette and the light offered. "Good old. Yes. A little idea I adapted from my Nazi ancestors of 450 years ago. It's going to treat King to a movie show. Want to bet he won't loosen up and release Procyon and Northern Lights and the Grank residency after he sees that shot of his head leering at him off the point of that overgrown assegai. As I said, that's only the last scene, too. I've been having scenes shot all through this fight. Some of them are really horrifying. But why did you have to fight yourself?" she asked. "You took an awful chance with 2 hands to his 4. Not so awful, remember what I told you about the physical limitations of. But I had to kill him myself with a sword, according to local custom that makes me king of." "Why, your majesty?" She rose and mockingly. "But I thought you were going to make king of." He shook his head. "Just viceroy," he corrected. "I'm handing the spear of state down to him, not up to him. He'll reign as my vassal and consequently as vassal of the company, and before long he won't be much more at either." That'll take a little longer. I'll have to be military missions, and economic missions, and trade agreements, and all the rest of it first, but he's on the way to becoming a puppet prince. Half an hour later, a large and excessively ornate air launch, specially built at the shipyards for King, was sighted coming over the mountain from the east. An escort of combat cars was sent to meet it, and a battalion of, and the survivors of Skort were drawn up on the palace roof. His Majesty, King of. The former herald of King's court, now herald to King Carlos, shouted, banging on a brass shield with the flat of his sword, as descended from his launch, attended by a group of his nobles and his spear of state, with and Francis N. shepherding them. As the guests advanced across the roof, the herald banged again on his shield. His Majesty, Carlos, which came out more or less as king by right of combat, advanced to meet his fellow monarch, his own spear of state, with head still grinning from it, 2 paces behind him. Stopped, his face contorted with saurian rage. "What is this?" he demanded. "You told me that I could be king of. Is this how a Terran keeps his word?" "A Terran's word is always good," replied, omitting the titles, as was proper in one sovereign addressing another. "My word was that you should reign in, and my word stands. But these things must be done decently, according to custom and law. I killed in single combat. Had I not done so, the spear of would have been left lying, for any of the young of to pick up. Is that not the law?" Nodded grudgingly. "It is the law," he admitted. "Good. Now, since I killed in lawful manner, his spear is mine, and what is mine I can give as I please. I now give you the spear of to carry in my name, as I promised." The who was carrying the ceremonial weapon tossed the head of from the point. Another kicked it aside and advanced to wipe the spear blade with a rag. "Took the spear and gave it too. This is not good." One of the nobles protested. He had a better right than any of the others to protest. He had, a few hours before, ridden in at the head of a company of his retainers to swear loyalty to the company. "That you should rule over us, yes. You killed in single combat, and you are the soldier of the company, which is mighty, as all here have seen. But that this foreigner be given the spear of, that is not good." Some of the others, emboldened by his example, were jabbering agreement. "Listen, all of you," shouted. "Here is no question of ruling over. Does it matter who holds the spear of when he does so in my name? And King will be no foreigner. He will come and live among you, and later he will travel back and forth between, and he will leave the spear of in and the spear of in, and in he will be." That seemed to satisfy everybody except, and he had wit enough not to make an issue of it. He even had the spear of carried back aboard his launch out of sight, and when he accompanied, an hour later, to see off for Grank, he had the spear of carried behind him. When he was alone with, in the room that had been King's bedchamber, however, he exploded. "What is all this foolishness which you promised these people in my name, and which I must now carry out? That I am to leave the spear of in, and the spear of in, and come here to live. You wish to hold. Ask me. I intend to hold. To begin with, there shall be a great killing here. A very great killing, of all those who advised that fool of a to start this business, of those who gave shelter to the false prophet when he was here, of the faithless priests who gave ear to his abominable heresies and allowed him to spew out his blasphemies in the temples, of those who sent spies to corrupt and pervert my soldiers and nobles, of those who. All that is as it should be, agreed. Except that it must be done quickly and all at once, before the memories of these crimes fade from the minds of the people. And great care must be taken to kill only those who can be proven to be guilty of something. Thus it will be said that the justice of King is terrible to evildoers, but a protection and a shield to those who keep the peace and obey the laws. Thus you will gain the name of being a wise and just king. And when the priests are to be killed, it should be done under the direction of those other priests who were faithful to the gods, and whom King drove out of their temples, and it must be done in the name of the gods. Thus will you be esteemed a pious, and not an impious king. As to why you must be in, you heard the words of, and how the others agreed with him. It must not be allowed to seem that the city has come under foreign rule. And you must not change the laws unless the people petition you to do so, nor must you increase the taxes, and you must not confiscate the estates of those who are put to death, for the death of parents is always forgiven before the loss of patrimonies. And you should select certain nobles and become the father of their young, and above all, you must leave none of the young of alive to raise rebellion against you later. Nodded, deeply impressed. By the gods, this is wisdom. Now it is to be seen why the likes of cannot prevail against you, or against the company, as long as you are the company's upper sword arm. Honesty tempted, for a moment, to disclaim originality for the principles he had just enunciated, even at the price of trying to pronounce the name of with a geek speaker. On second thought, however, considerations of policy restrained him. If ever heard of the prince, nothing would satisfy him short of in translation, and would have been just about as happy over in translation of a complete set of cycle bomb specifications. Exili. The shadow of Niflheim. The sun slid lower and lower toward the horizon behind them as the bulleted south along the broad valley and dry bed of the river, nearing the zone of equal day and night. Drove while Harry finished his lunch, then changed places to begin his own. Got 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerated section of the lunch hamper, and opened one for Quentin and one for himself. What are we going to do with these geeks? She was using the nasty and derogatory word unconsciously and by custom, now after this is all over. We can't just tell them, jolly well played, nice game, wasn't it? And go back to where we were Wednesday evening. No, we can't. There's going to have to be a Terran seizure of political power in every part of this planet that we occupy, and as soon as we're consolidated around and north of sea, we're going to have to move in elsewhere, he replied. And the free cities, of course, will be relatively easy. They're in arms against us now, and we can take them over by force. We had to make that deal with, or rather I did, so that will be a slower process, but we'll get it done in time. If I know that pair as well as I think I do, and will give us plenty of pretexts before long. Then we can start giving them government by law instead of by royal decree and real courts of justice, put an end to the head payment system, and to these arbitrary mass arrests and tax delinquency imprisonments that are nothing but slave raids by the geek princes on their own people. And gradually abolish serfdom. In a couple of centuries, this planet will be fit to admit to the Federation, like Odin and Freya. Well, won't that depend a lot on whom the company sends here to take place? Unless I'm much mistaken, the company will confirm me, he replied. Administration on is going to be a military matter for a long time to come, and even the banking cartel and the mercantile interests in the company are going to realize that and see the necessity for taking political control. The Federation government owns a bigger interest in the company than the public realizes, too. They've always favored it. And just to make sure, I'm sending Hid to Terra on the next ship to make a full report on the situation. You think it'll be cleared up by then? The city of Montevideo is due in from Niflheim in a little under 3 months. It'll have to be cleared up by then. We can't keep this war going more than a month at the present rate. Police action and mopping up, yes, full-scale war, no. Ammunition? She asked. He looked at her in pleased surprise. Your education has been progressing at that, he said. You know, a lot of professional officers, even up to field rank in the combat branches, seem to think that ammo comes down miraculously from heaven, in lorries, every time they pray into a radio for it. It doesn't, it has to be produced as fast as it's expended, and we haven't been doing that. So we'll have to lick these geeks before it runs out, because we can't lick them with and bayonets. Well, how about nuclear weapons? Ask me. I hate to suggest it, I know what they did on Mimir and Midgard and what they did on Terra during the 1st century. But it may be our only chance. He finished his beer and shoved the bottle into the waste receiver, then got out his cigarettes. I'd hate to have to make a decision like that, he told her. The military use of nuclear energy is the next to last thing I'd want to see on. Fortunately or unfortunately, it's a decision I won't have to make. There isn't a single nuclear bomb on the planet. The companies always refused to allow them to be manufactured or stockpiled here. I don't think there be any criticism of your making them now, General. And there's certainly plenty of plutonium. You could make A-bombs at least. There isn't anybody here who even knows how to make one. Most of our nuclear engineers could work one up in about 3 months, when we'd either not need one or not be alive. Doctor, who came in on the Pretoria 2 weeks ago, can make them, she contradicted. He built at least a dozen of them on Niflheim, to use in activating volcanoes and bringing or bearing lava to the surface. His hand, bringing his lighter to the tip of his cigarette, paused for a second. Then he completed the operation, snapped it shut and put it away. When did all this happen? She took time out for mental arithmetic. Even a spaceship officer had to do that when a question of interstellar time relations arose. About 350 days ago, Galactic Standard. They'd put off the first shot, 6 bombs, before I got in from Terra. I saw the second shot a day or so before I left Niflheim on the Canberra. Doctor had to stay over till the Pretoria to put off the third shot. Why did you run into a geek named while you were on? He asked her. And what sort of work was he doing? I don't seem to remember. Oh, yes. He was helping Dr. the seismologist. His year was up after the second shot. He came to on the Canberra. Doctor was sorry to lose him. He understood lingua terra perfectly, Doctor. Could talk to him the way you do without using a geek speaker. Well, but what sort of work? Helping set and fire the A-bombs, oh. Good Lord. You can say that again and deal in Allah, Shiva and Kali, told her. Especially Kali, Harry. See if you can get some more speed out of this can. I want to get to while it's still there. It was full dark when came in view beyond the East Mountains, a lurid smear on the underside of the clouds, and at Island and at the company farms to the south, a couple of bunches of searchlights fingering about in the sky. When turned on the outside sound pickup, he could hear the distant tom-tomming of heavy guns and the crash of shells and bombs. Keeping the car high enough to be above the trajectories of incoming shells, Harry circled over the city while talked to Island on the radio. The city was in a bad way. There were 75 to 100 big fires going, and a new one started in a rising ball of flame while they watched. The 3 gun cutters, Gaucho and Bushranger, and about 50 big freight lorries converted to bombers, were shuttling back and forth between the island and the city. The Royal Palace was on fire from end to end, and the entire waterfront and industrial district were in flames. Combat cars were diving into shell and rocket and machine gun streets and buildings. He saw 6 big bomber lorries move in dignified procession to unload, one after the other, on a row of buildings along what the Terrans called South 10th Street, and on the roofs of buildings a block away, red and blue flares were burning, and he could see figures, both human and setting up mortars and machine guns. Landing on the top stage of Company House, on the island, they were met by a Terran whom had seen, a few days ago, bossing native labor at the spaceport, but who was now wearing a major's insignia. He greeted with a salute which he must have learned from some movie about the ancient French foreign legend. Seriously returned it in kind. Everybody's down in the Governor-General's office, sir, he said. Your office, that is. King's here with us, too. He accompanied them to the elevator, then turned to a telephone. When Anne reached the office, everybody was crowded at the door to greet them. Themistocles, his arm in a sling, Hans, the Johannesburg lawyer who seemed to have even more Bantu blood than the Brigadier General, Morton, the commercial superintendent, the fiscal secretary, a dozen or so other officers and civil administrators. There was a hubbub of greetings, and he was pleased to detect as much real warmth from the civil administration crowd as from the officers. Well, I'm glad to be back with you, he replied generally. And let me present Colonel Quinton, my new adjutant. Hid's on duty in the north of them. This was a perfectly splendid piece of work here. You can take this not only as a personal congratulation, but as a sort of unit citation for the whole crowd. You've all behaved simply above praise. He turned to King, who was wearing a pair of automatics in shoulder holsters for his upper hands and another pair in crossbody belt holsters for his lower. And what I've said for anybody else goes double for you, he added, clapping thee on the shoulder. All he did was save the lot of us. said. We were hanging on by our fingernails here till his people started coming in. And then, after you sent the Aldebaran. Where is the Aldebaran, by the way? I didn't see her when I came in. Baston's flying bombardment against, and keeping an eye out for those ships. Caught thee in the docks there and smashed her, but the smuts got away, and we haven't been able to locate the either. They're probably both on the eastern shore, gathering up reinforcements for, said. Our ability to move troops rapidly is what's kept us on top this long, and's had plenty of time to realize it, said. When we get Procyon down here, I'm going to send her out with a screen of light scout vehicles to find those ships and get rid of them. How's Hid been making out at Grank, by the way? I didn't have my car radio on, coming down. That touched off another hubbub. Haven't you heard, General? Oh my God, this is simply out of this continuum. Well, tell him somebody, no, get hit on the screen, it's his story. Somebody himself at the switchboard. The rest of them sat down at the long conference table. And were especially obsequious in seating in Seed's old chair, and in getting a chair for Quinton. After a while, the jumbled colors on the big screen resolved themselves into an image of, grinning like a pussycat beside an empty goldfish bowl. Well, what happened? Asked after they had exchanged greetings. How did like the movies? And did you get the Procyon and the Northern Lights loose? Was deeply impressed, replied. His story is that he is, and always was, the true and ever-loving friend of the company. He acted to prevent, quote, certain disloyal elements, unquote, from harming the people and property of the company. Procyon's on the way, too. I'm holding Northern Lights here and Northern Star at. Where do you want them sent? Leave Northern Star at for the time being. Tell the company's great and good friend King that the company expects him to contribute some soldiers for the campaign here and against when that starts. Be sure you get the best armed and best trained regiments he has, and get them down here as soon as possible. Don't send any of your troops here, though. Hold them in Grank till we make sure of the quality of friendship. Well, General, I think we can be pretty sure now. You see, he turned the prophet over to me. What? Felt his monocle starting to slip and took a firmer grip on it. Who? Pay me them, he didn't drop it, said. Why, the prophet was holding our ships and our people in case we lost. He was also holding at the palace in case we won. Of course, thought he was an honored guest, right up till guards dragged him in and turned him over to us. That geek, said, is too smart for his own good. Some of these days he's going to play both ends against the middle, and both fold in on him and smash him. A suspicion occurred to him. You sure this is? It would be just like to try to sell us a ringer. Shook his head solemnly. I thought of that right away. This is the real article. Constabulary and intelligence officers certified him for me. What do you want me to do? Send him down to? Shook his head. Get the priests of the locally venerated gods to put him on trial for blasphemy, heresy, impersonating a prophet, practicing witchcraft without a license, or any other ecclesiastical crimes you or they can think of. Then, after he's been given a scrupulously fair trial, have the soldiers of King behead him and stick his head up over a big sign in all native languages, the false prophet. And have audiovisuals made of the whole business, trial and execution, and be sure that the priests and officers are in the foreground and our people stay out of the pictures. Soap and towels for General. Quinton called out. That's an idea. I was wondering what to give as a testimonial present, said. A nice 30-piece silver set. Quite appropriate, approved. Well, you did a first-class job. I want you back with us as soon as possible. Incidentally, you're now a brigadier general, but not till the situation at Grank is stabilized. And eventually, you'll probably have to set up permanent headquarters in the north. After had thanked him and signed off, and the screen was dark again, he turned to the others. Well, I don't think we need worry too much about the north for the next few days. How long do you estimate this operation against is going to take to complete pacification them? How complete is complete pacification, General? Themistocles wanted to know. If you mean to the end of organized resistance by larger than squad-size groups, I'd say 3 days, give or take 12 hours. Of course, there'll be small groups holding out for a couple of weeks, particularly in the farming country and back in the forest. We can forget them, that's minor tactics stuff. We'll need to keep some kind of an occupation force here for some time, they can deal with that. We'll have to get to work on as soon as possible. After we've reduced, we'll be able to reorganize for a campaign against the free cities on the eastern shore. Begging your pardon, General, but reduce is a mild word for what we ought to do too, Hans said. We ought to raise that city as flat as a football field, and then play football on it with King's Head. Any special reason? Ask me. In addition to the massacre, that is. I should say so, General. Themistocles backed up. Bob, you tell him. Colonel Robert, the intelligence officer, got up and took the cigar out of his mouth. He was short and round-bodied and bald-headed, but he was old Terran Federation Regular Army. Well, General, we've been finding out quite a bit about the genesis of this business lately, he said. From up north, it probably looked like an all-show, that's how it was supposed to look. But the whole thing was hatched at by King. We've managed to capture a few prominent, he named half a dozen been made to talk, and a number of others have come in voluntarily and furnished information. Conceived the scheme in the beginning, was just the messenger boy. My face gets the color of the company trademark every time I think that the whole thing was planned for over a year, right under our noses, even to the signal that was to touch the whole thing off. The poisoning of Seed and our announcement of his death. Ask me. You figured that out yourself, sir. Well, that was it. Went on to elaborate, while tried to keep the impatience out of his face. Beside him, Quentin was fidgeting too. She was thinking, as he was, of what King and Prince were doing now. And I know positively that the order for the poisoning of Seed came from the embassy here, and was passed down through, and to this geek here who actually put the poison in the whiskey. Yes, I agree that should be wiped out, and I'd like to have an immediate estimate on the time it'll take to build a nuclear bomb to do the job. One of the old-fashioned plutonium fission A-bombs will do quite well. Everybody turned quickly. There was a momentary silence, and then Colonel of the 4th Rifles, the senior officer under Themistocles, found his voice. If that's an order, General, we'll get it done. But I'd like to remind you, first, of the company policy on nuclear weapons on this planet. I'm aware of that policy. I'm also aware of the reason for it. We've been compelled, because of the lack of natural fuel to set up nuclear power reactors and furnish large quantities of plutonium to the geeks to fuel them. The company doesn't want the natives here learning of the possibility of using nuclear energy for destructive purposes. Well, that's a dead issue. They've learned it thanks to our people on Niflheim, and unless my estimate is entirely wrong, King already has at least one first-century Nagasaki-type plutonium bomb. I am inclined to believe that he had at least one such bomb, probably more, at the time when orders were sent to his embassy here for the poisoning of Governor General. With that, he selected a cigarette from his case, offered it to, and snapped his lighter. She had hers lit, and he was puffing on his own, when the others finally realized what he had told them. That's impossible. Somebody down the table shouted, as though that would make it so. Another one of the civil administration crowd almost exactly repeated words at, what the hell was intelligence doing, sleeping? General's Colonel took oblique cognizance of the question. You've just made, by implication, a most grave charge against my department. If you're not mistaken in what you've just said, I deserve to be court-martialed. I couldn't bring charges against you, Colonel. If it were a court-martial matter, I'd belong in the dock with you, told him. It seems, though, that a piece of vital information was possessed by those who were unable to evaluate it, and until this afternoon, I was ignorant of its existence. Colonel Quinton, suppose you repeat what you told me on the way down from. Well, General, don't you think we ought to have Dr. do that? Ask me. After all, he constructed those bombs on Niflheim, and it'll be he who'll have to build ours. That's right. He looked around. Where, doctor? The nuclear engineer who came in on the Pretoria 2 weeks ago. Send out for him and get him in here at once. There was another awkward silence. Then Kent Pickering, the chief of the island power plant, cleared his throat. Why, General, didn't you know? Doctor is dead. He was killed during the first half hour of the uprising. XIII. A bag of tricks we don't have. He flinched inwardly and tightened his eye muscles on the edge of the monocle to keep from flinching physically as well, trying to freeze out of his face the consternation he felt. That's bad, Kent, he said. Very bad. I'd been counting heavily on Doctor to design a bomb of our own. Well, General, if you please. That was Air Commodore. You say you suspect that King has developed a nuclear bomb. If that's true, it's a horrible danger to all of us. But I find it hard to believe that they could have done so, with their resources and at their technological level. Now, if it had been that would have been different, but you'd better carry on and explain what you told me, and add anything else you can think of that might be relevant. Is that sound recorder turned on? Then turn it on, somebody, we want this taped. Rose and began talking. I suppose you all understand what conditions are on Niflheim, and how these native workers are employed. However, I'd better begin by explaining the purpose for which these nuclear bombs were designed and used. He smiled. She realized that he needed time to think, and she was stalling to provide it. He drew a pencil and pad toward him and began doodling in a bored manner, deliberately closing his mind to what she was saying. There were two assumptions he considered. First, that King already possessed a nuclear bomb which he could use when he chose, and second, that in the absence of Doctor, such a bomb could only be produced on island after lengthy experimental work. If both of these assumptions were true, he had just heard the death sentence of every Terran on. The first he did not for a moment doubt. The reasons for making it were too good. He dismissed it from further consideration and concentrated on the second. What's known as a Nagasaki-type bomb, the first type of plutonium bomb developed, was saying. Really, it's a technological antique, but it was good enough for the purpose, and Doctor could build it with locally available materials. That was the crux of it. The plutonium bomb, from a military standpoint, was as obsolete as the flintlock musket had been at the time of the Second World War. He reviewed quickly the history of weapons development since the beginning of the atomic era. The emphasis since the end of the Second World War had all been on nuclear weapons and rocket missiles. There had been the H-bomb, itself obsolescent, and the bomb, and the Omega Ray bomb, and the matter bomb, and then the end of civilization in the Northern Hemisphere and the rise of the new civilization in South America and South Africa and Australia. Today, the small arms and artillery his troops were using were merely slight refinements on the weapons of the first century, and all the modern nuclear weapons used by the Terran Federation were produced at the Space Navy base on Mars, by a small force of experts whose skills were almost as close to the general scientific and technical world as the secrets of a medieval guild. The old A-bomb was an historical curiosity, and there was nobody on who had more than a layman's knowledge of the intricate technology of modern nuclear weapons. There were plenty of good nuclear power engineers on island, but how long would it take them to design and build a plutonium bomb? Also has a good understanding of lingua terra, was saying. He and Doctor conversed just as I've heard General and King talking to one another. I haven't any idea whether or not could read lingua terra, or if so, what papers or plans he might have seen. Just a minute, he said. Colonel, what does your branch have on this? He's the son of King and the daughter of Prince, said. We knew he'd signed on for 2 years ago, but the story we got was that he'd fallen out of favor at court and had been exiled. I can see now that that was planted to mislead us. As to whether or not he can read lingua terra, my belief is that he can. We know that he can understand it when spoken. He could have learned to read at one of those schools set up 10 or 15 years ago. And Doctor left papers and plans lying around all over the place, added. If he went to Niflheim as a spy, he could have almost anything. Well, there you have it, said. When found out that plutonium can be used for bombs, he began gathering all the information he could. And as soon as he got home, he turned it all over to Pappy. That still doesn't mean that the geeks were able to do anything with it, Air Commodore argued. I think it does, differed. As soon as would hear about the possibility of making a plutonium bomb, he'd set up an A-bomb project, and don't think of it in terms of the old first-century Manhattan project. There would be no problem of producing fissionables. We've been scattering refined plutonium over this planet like confetti. Well, an A-bomb's a pretty complicated piece of mechanism, even if you have the plans for it, Kent Pickering said. As I recall, there have to be several subcritical masses of plutonium, or U-235, or whatever, blown together by shaped charges of explosive, all of which have to be fired simultaneously. That would mean a lot of electrical fittings that I can't see these geeks making by hand. I can, said. Have you ever seen the work these native jewelers do? And didn't you tell me about a clockwork thing they have at the university here to show the apparent movements of the sun? That's right, said. And what they couldn't make, they could have bought from us. We've sold them a lot of electrical equipment. All right, they could have built an A-bomb, said. But did they? We assume they tried to. Got back from on the Canberra 3 months ago, said. If decided to build an A-bomb, he wouldn't give the signal for this uprising until he either had one or knew he couldn't make one, and he wouldn't give up trying in only 3 months. Therefore, I think we can assume that he succeeded, and had succeeded at the time he sent here to get that 4 tons of plutonium we let him have, and incidentally, to pass the word to have seed poisoned according to plan. Then why didn't he just use it on us at the start of the uprising? Wanted to know. Why should he? Getting rid of us is only the first step in his plan, said. Back as far as geek history goes, the kings have been trying to conquer and the free cities and make themselves masters of the whole sea area. Let wipe us out, and then he can move in his troops and take. Or if we beat off the geeks here, as we seem to be doing, he can bomb us out and then moving on. I think that as long as we're fighting here, he'll wait. The more damage we do too, the easier it'll be for him. Then we'd better start dragging our feet on the front, said. And get busy trying to build a bomb of our own. Looked up at the big screen, on which the battle of was being projected from an overhead pickup. I'll agree on the second half of it, said. And we'll also have to set up some kind of security patrol system against bombers from. And as soon as Procyon gets here, we'll have to send her out to hunt down and destroy those 2 Boer-class freighters, the Smuts and the... And we'll have to arrange for protection of town. That's sure to be another of high-priority targets. As to the action against, I'll rely on your advice, them. Can we delay the fall of the city for any length of time? Shook his head. When we divert to security patrol work, the ground L slow up a little, of course. But the geeks are about knocked out now. The hell with it, then. I doubt if we'd be able to buy much time by delaying victory in the city, and we'll probably need the troops as workers over here. He turns to Pickering. Dr. Pickering, what sort of a crew can you scrape together to design a bomb for us? He asked. Well, there's and Pyatt Van and, he nodded to himself. I can get 6 or 8 of them in here in about 20 minutes. I'll have a project set up and working in a couple of hours. There has to be somebody qualified on duty at the plant, all the time, of course, but... All right, call them in. I want the bomb finished by yesterday afternoon. And everybody with you and you yourself had better revert to civilian status. This isn't something you can do by the numbers, and I don't want anybody who doesn't know what it's all about pulling rank on your outfit. Go ahead, call in your gang, and let me know what you'll be able to do as soon as possible. He turned to, you'll have charge of flying the security patrols and doing anything else you can to keep from bombing us before we can bomb him. You'll have priority on everything second only to Pickering. Nodded. As you say, General, we'll have to protect, as well as this place. It's about 500 miles from here to, and 850 miles from Stu. He stopped talking to and began muttering to himself, running over the names of ships and the speeds and payload capacities of airboats and distances. In about 5 minutes he would have a worked out. In the meantime, could only be patient and contain himself. He looked along the table and caught sight of a thin-faced, saturnine-looking man in a green shirt, with a colonel's 3 concentric circles marked on the shoulders in silver paint. "The communications chief," he said, "those orbiters you have strung around this planet 2,000 miles out for telecast-rebroadcast stations. How much of a crew could be put on one of them?" Laughed. "Crew of what, General? White mice or trained cockroaches? There isn't room inside one of those things for anything bigger to move around." "Well, I know they're automatic, but how do you service them?" "From the outside. They're only 10 feet through, by about 20 in length, with a 15-foot ball at either end, and everything in sections which can be taken out. Our maintenance gang goes up in a thing like a small spaceship, and either works on the outside in spacesuits or puts in a new section and brings the unserviceable one down here to the shops." "Ah, and what sort of a thing is this small spaceship now?" "A thing like a pair of 50-ton lorries with airlocks between and connected at the middle, airtight of course, and pressurized and insulated like a spaceship. One side's living quarters for a 6-man crew, sometimes the gang's out for as long as a week at a time, and the other side's a workshop." That sounded interesting. With, of course, terms like escape velocity and mass ratio were of purely antiquarian interest. "How long," he asked, "would it take to fit that vehicle with a full set of detection instruments, radar, infrared and ultraviolet vision, electron telescope, heat and radiation detectors, the whole works, and spotted about 100 to 150 miles above?" "That I couldn't say, General," replied. "It'd have to be a shipyard job, and a lot of that stuff's clear outside my department. Ask Air Commodore." Out, he called out. "Wake up. Just a second, General." Scribbled frantically on his pad. "Now," he said, raising his head. "What is it, sir?" "Here has a junior-grade spaceship that he uses to service those orbital telecast relay stations of his. He'll tell you what it's like. I want it fitted with every sort of detection device that can be crammed into or onto it and spotted above. It should, of course, be high enough to cover not only the area, but and the lower and river valleys." "Yes, I get it." Snatched up a phone, punched out a combination, and began talking rapidly into it in a low voice. After a while, he hung up. "All right, Mr. Colonel, I means. Have your space buggy sent around to the shipyard. I'll fix it up." He made a note on another piece of paper. "If we live through this, I'm going to have a couple of super-atmosphere ships in service on this planet. Now, General, I have a tentative setup. We're going to need the for patrol work south and east of, and the Gaucho and Bushranger to the north and northeast, based on. We'll keep the Aldebaran at and use her for emergencies. And we'll have patrols of light like this." He handed a map with red pencil and blue pencil markings along to. "Red are based, blue are based." "That looks all right," said. "There's another thing, though. We want scout vehicles to cover the area with radiation detectors. These geeks are quite well aware of radiation danger from fissionables, but they're accustomed to the ordinary industrial power reactors, which are either very lightly shielded or unshielded on top. We want to find out where bomb plant is." "Yes, General, as soon as we can get radiation detectors sent out too, we'll have a couple of fast fitted with them for that job." "We have detectors at our laboratory and reaction plant," said. "And my people can make more as soon as you want them." He thought for a moment. "Perhaps I should go to the town now. I could be of more use there than here." Kent Pickering, who had been talking with his experts at a table apart, returned. "We've set up a General," he said. "It's going to be a lot harder than I'd anticipated. None of us seem to know exactly what we have to do in building one of those things. You see, the uranium or plutonium fission bomb's been obsolete for over 400 years. It was a classified secret matter long after its obsolescence, because it hadn't been rendered any the less deadly by being superseded. There was that A-bomb that the Christian Anarchist Party put together at Ayers in 378I, for instance. And then, after it had been so far superseded that it was of only antiquarian interest. The textbooks dealt with it only in general terms. The principles, of course, are part of basic nuclear science. The secret of the A-bomb was just a bag of engineering tricks that we don't have, and which we will have to rediscover. Design of tampers, design of the chemical explosive charges to bring subcritical masses together, case design, detonating mechanism, things like that. The complete data on even the old Hiroshima and Nagasaki types is still in existence, of course. You can get it at places like the University of Montevideo Library or Smuts Memorial Library at Cape Town. But we don't have it here. We're detailing a couple of junior technicians to make a search of the library here on island, but we're not optimistic. We just can't afford to pass up any chance, even when it approaches zero probability. Nodded. That's about what I'd expected, he said. I suppose got his data out of one of the dustier storage stacks at Smuts or Montevideo. In the first place, well, I still want that bomb finished by yesterday afternoon, but since that's impractical, you'll have to take a little but as little as possible longer. What are we going to do about publicity on this? The personnel man asked. We don't want this getting out in garbled form, though how it could be made worse by garbling I couldn't guess, and having the troops watching the sky over their shoulders, and going into a panic as soon as they saw something they didn't understand. No, we don't. I've seen a couple of troop panics, said. There can't be anything much worse than a panic. I think the Terrans ought to be told the worst, said. And told that our only hope is to get a bomb of our own built and dropped first. As to the what do you think, King? Tell them that we are building a bomb to destroy, that we are running short of ammunition, and that it is our only hope of finishing the war before the ammunition is gone, said. Tell them something of what sort of a bomb it is. But do not tell them that King already has such a bomb. Old, who made me out of himself, told me about how our people fled in panic from the weapons of the Terrans, when your people and mine were still enemies. This thing is to the weapons they faced then as those weapons were to the old spears and bows, and when the geeks from Grank come here, tell them that we are winning and that if they fight well, they can share the loot of and. Looked up at the big screen. Already Themistocles had ordered the Channel Battery to reduce fire. The big guns were firing singly, in 30-second interval salvos. There was less bombing, too, was being drawn out of the battle. Well, we all have things to do, he said, and I think we've discussed everything there is to discuss. Anybody think of anything we've forgotten, then we're adjourned. He and Quinton took the elevator to the roof, and sat side by side, silently watching the conflagration that was raging across the channel and the nearer flashes of the big guns along the island's city side. Wednesday night I thought we were all cooked, told him. Cleaning up the north in 2 days seemed like an impossibility, too. Maybe you'll do it again. If I pull this one out of the fire, I won't be a general, I'll be a magician, he said. I'll be a magician, I mean, he's the boy who'll save our bacon if it's... He looked somberly across the flame-reflecting water. Let's not kid ourselves, we're just kicking and biting at the guards on the way up the gallows steps. Well, why stop till the trap's sprung? She asked. What'll happen to these people on this planet after we're atomized? That I don't want to think about. Town will get the second bomb, won't dare leave the after he's wiped us out. And in the north we'll turn on and end and hid and wipe them out. And when the next ship gets in here and they find out what happened, they'll send the Federation Space Navy, and this'll get it worse than did. They'll blast anything that has 4 arms and a face like a lizard. 6 lifted suddenly from the airport and streaked away to the northeast. As they went past in the light of the burning city, he could see that at least 3 of them had multiple rocket launchers on top. In a matter of seconds, a gun cutter raced after them, and a second, which had been over, jettisoned a bomb and turned away to follow. Maybe that's it, said. Well, if it is, we won't be any better off anywhere else than here, he told her. Let's stay and watch. After what seemed like a long time, however, a twinkle of lights showed over the east mountains. They weren't the flashes of explosions. Some were magnesium flares, and some were the lights of a ship. "That's Procyon from Grank," he said. "Everybody gets a good mark for this: detection stations, interceptors, gun cutters. If that had been it, there'd have been a good chance of stopping it." He felt better than he had since Pickering had told him that was dead. It's a good thing didn't pick up any dope on guided missiles while he was at it. As long as they have to deliver it with, we have a chance. They rose from the balustrade where they had been sitting, and for the first time he discovered that he had had his left arm over her shoulder and that she had had her right hand resting on the point of his right hip, just above his pistol. He picked up the folder of papers she had been carrying and put her into the elevator ahead of him, and it was only when they parted on the living quarters level that he recalled having followed the older protocol of gallantry rather than the precedents of military rank. XIV. The reviewers panned hell out of it. He woke with a guilty start and looked up at the clock on the ceiling. It was 9:45. Kicking himself free of the covers, he slid his feet to the floor and sprinted for the bathroom. While he was fussing to get the shower adjusted to the right temperature, he bludgeoned his conscience by telling himself that a wide-awake general is more good than a half-asleep general, that there was nothing he could do but hope that patrols would keep the bomb away from, until Pickering's brain trust came up with one of their own, and that the fact that the commander-in-chief was making sack time would be much better for morale than the spectacle of him running around in circles. He shaved carefully. A stubble of beard on his chin might betray the fact that he was worried. Then he dressed, put his monocle in his eye, and called the headquarters that had been set up in Seed, now his office. A girl at the switchboard appeared on his screen and gave place to Quinton, who had been up for the past 2 hours. "The Northern Lights got in about 3 hours ago, General," she told him. She had 4 of King's infantry regiments aboard: the 7th, Glorious and Terrible; the 4th, Firm in Adversity; the 2nd, Strength of the Throne; and the 12th, Forever Admirable. "They're the sorriest-looking rabble I ever saw, but says they're the best has, and they all have Terran-style rifles. General broke them into battalions, and put a battalion in with each of the regiments. I think they're more afraid of than they are of the rebels." He nodded. That was probably the best way to employ them, within the existing situation. The trouble was, them was incurably tactical-minded. Put those geeks of sin with thee, and they'd be most useful in conquering, but the trouble was that, after associating with, they might develop into reasonably good troops themselves, to the undesired improvement of King's army. On the other hand, maybe not. Keep them in company service long enough, and they might want to forget about and stay there. "How's the situation over in town?" he asked. "Well, it's slowing up since we began pulling out," she told him, "but the geeks are breaking up rapidly. Oh, there was something funny about that hassle last evening when the Procyon came in. 2 vehicles and an air lorry that went out to meet the ship are unaccounted for." "You mean 2 of our vehicles are missing?" She shook her head, frowning in perplexity. "Wells, no. All the vehicles that answered that unidentified aircraft alert returned, but there were these 2 that went out that we haven't any record of. Colonel is investigating, but he can't find out anything. Tell him not to waste any more time," he said. "Those 2 were probably geeks from. You know, that's how the family got out of Germany. In the year 3 flew a bomber to Spain. The war criminals are getting out before the army of occupation moves in. Well, the posts at the old castles report some, and parties moving west from the city," she told him. "There are a lot of refugees on the roads. And combat reports from agree that resistance is getting weaker every hour, and the super-atmosphere observation craft they're beginning to call her the Sky Spy is up 150 miles over. We have radar and vision screens and telemetered radiation and other detectors here, tuned to her. They're installing a similar set on the Northern Lights at the shipyard. By the way, Air Commodore wants to know if he can take a pair of 155 rifles from the Channel Battery and mount them on the lights. Yes, of course, he can have anything he wants, as long as it isn't urgently needed for the bomb project. Sky Spy reports normal traffic between and the farming villages around, lorries, a few scows but nothing suspicious. No trace of either of the Boer-class ships. People are building receiving sets to install on the Procyon and the Aldebaran, and another set for town. Pickering and his people are still working, but they all look pretty frustrated. They have Major Thornton at the ammunition plant doing experimental work on chemical explosive charges to bring the subcritical masses together and hold them together till an explosion can be produced. They are using most of the skilled electrical and electronics people to work up a detonating device. That's why people are doing most of the detection device work. Is fitting a lot of small craft combat cars and civilian with radar sets to use for patrolling. That sounds good, said. I'll be around and see how things are after I've had some breakfast. He had breakfast at the main cafeteria, 4 floors down. There wasn't as much laughing and talking as usual, but the crowd there seemed in good spirits. He spent some time at headquarters, watching by TV and radar. So far, nothing had been done about direct reconnaissance over with radiation detectors, but reported that a couple of privately owned were being fitted for the job. He made a flying inspection trip around the island and visited the farms south of the city on the mainland, and finally made a sweep in the command car over the city itself. Reconnaissance in person was an archaic and unprogressive procedure, and it was a good way to get generals killed, but one could see a lot of things that would be missed on TV. He let down several times in areas that had already been taken and talked to company and platoon officers. For one thing, King's flamboyantly named regiments weren't quite as bad as had thought. She'd been spoiled in her appreciation of other native troops. They had good, standard quality made arms, they were brave and capable, and they had been just enough insulted by being integrated into regiments to try to make a good showing. By noon, resistance in the city was beginning to cave in. Surrender flags were appearing on one after another of the rebel strongpoints, and at 14:30, after he had returned to the island, a delegation, headed by the equivalent of Lord Mayor and composed largely of prominent merchants, came across the channel under a flag of truce to surrender the city's spear of state, with abject apologies for not having his head on the point of it. They reported had fled to by air the night before, which explained the incident of the unaccountable and Laurie. The channel battery stopped firing, and with the exception of an occasional spatter of small arms fire, the city fell silent. At 16:00, visited the headquarters Pickering had set up in the office building at the power plant. As he stepped off the lift on the 3rd floor, a girl, running down the hall with her arms full of papers in folders, collided with him. The load of papers flew in all directions. He stooped to help her pick them up. "Oh, General, isn't it wonderful?" she cried. "I just can't believe it." "Isn't what wonderful?" he asked. "Oh, don't you know? They've got it." "Huh, they have." He gathered up the last of the big envelopes and gave them to her. "When?" "Just half an hour ago. And to think those books were around here all the time, and oh, I've got to run." She disappeared into the lift. Inside the office, one of Pickering's engineers was sitting on the middle of his spinal column, a phone in one hand and a book in the other. Once in a while, he would say something into the mouthpiece of the phone. 2 other nuclear engineers had similar books spread out on a desk in front of them. They were making notes and looking up references in the nuclear engineer's handbook and making calculations with there. There was a huddle around the drafting boards where 2 more such books were in use. "Well, what's happened?" he demanded, catching Pickering by the arm as he rushed from one group to another. We have it," Pickering cried. "Everything we need. Look." He had another of the books under his arm. He held it out too and suddenly felt sicker than he had ever felt since, at the age of 14, he had gotten drunk for the first time. He had seen men crack up under intolerable strain before, but this was the first time he had seen a whole roomful of men blow their tops in the same manner. The book was a novel, a jumbo-size historical novel, of some 700 or 800 pages. Its dust jacket bore a slightly more than bust-length picture of a young lady with crimson hair and green eyes and jade earrings, and a plunging not to say power diving neckline that left her affiliation with the class of in no doubt whatever. In the background, a mushroom-topped smoke column rose, and away from it something intended to be a four-motor, propeller-driven bomber of the first century was racing madly. The title he saw was Dire Dawn, and the author was one. Well, it has a picture of an A-bomb explosion on it, he agreed. It has more than that, it has the whole business. Case specifications, tampers, charge design, detonating device, everything. Why, the end papers even have diagrams, copies of the original Nagasaki bomb drawings. Looked at. He had no more than the average intelligent layman's knowledge of nuclear physics, enough to recharge or repair a conversion unit, but the drawings looked authentic enough. They seemed to be copies of ancient blueprints, lettered in first-century English, with Lingua Terra translations added, and marked Top Secret and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Manhattan Engineering. And look at this. Pickering opened at a marked page and showed it to him. And this. He opened where another slip of paper had been inserted. Everything we want to know, practically. I don't get this. He wasn't sick anymore, just bewildered. I read some reviews of this thing. All the reviewers panned hell out of it, World War II through a bedroom keyhole, in black lace panties, that sort of thing. Yeah, sure, Pickering agreed. But this had illusions of being a great serious historical novelist, see. She won't try to write a book till she's put in years of research, actually, about 6 months, research by a herd of librarians and college juniors, and other such literary coolies, and she boasts that she never yet has been caught in an error of historical background detail. Well, this opus is about the old Manhattan Project. The heroine is a sort of super, who is, alternately and sometimes simultaneously, in the pay of the Nazis, the Soviets, the Vatican, the Japanese Emperor, and the Jewish international bankers, and she sleeps with everybody but Joe and Mao, and of course she is in on every step of the A-bomb project. She even manages to stow away on the gay. With the help of a general she's spent 50 incandescent pages seducing. In order to tool up for this production job, La did her researching just where probably did his University of Montevideo library. She even had access to the photostats of the old U.S. data that General brought to South America after the debacle in the United States in I-114. Those end papers are part of the stuff. As far as we've been able to check mathematically, everything is strictly authentic and practical. We'll have to run a few more tests on the chemical explosive charges. We don't have any data on the exact strength of the explosives they used then, and the tampers and detonating device will need to be tested a little. But in about half an hour, we ought to be able to start drawing plans for the case, and as soon as they're finished, we'll rush them to the shipyard foundries for casting. Handed the book back to Pickering and sighed deeply. And I thought everybody here had gone off his rocker, he said. We will erect on the ruins of a 100-foot statue of How Did You Get Onto This? Pickering pointed to a young man with dull brick-colored hair who was punching out some kind of a problem on a small computing machine. Piet Van over there, he has a girlfriend whose taste runs to this sort of literary bubblegum. She told him it was all in a book she'd just read and showed him. We descended in force on thee and grabbed every copy in stock. We are now running a sort of gaseous diffusion process to separate the nuclear physics from the pornography. I must say, has her biological data very well in hand, too. I'll bet she'd have fun writing a novel about these geeks, said. Well, how soon do you think you can have a bomb ready for us? Casting the cases is going to slow us down the most, Pickering said. But even with that, we ought to have one ready in 3 days at the most. By 2 weeks, we'll be turning them out on an assembly line. I hope we don't need more than one. But you'd better produce at least half a dozen. And have some practice bombs made up, out of concrete or anything, as long as they're the right weight and airfoil and have some way of releasing smoke. Get them done as soon as you have your case designed. We want to be able to make a couple of practice drops. There was no use, he thought, of raising hopes which might prove premature. He told Quinton, of course, and Themistocles, and by telecast on sealed beam, King and Air Commodore. Beyond that there was nothing to do but wait, and hope that could keep bombers away from island and town, and that had been playing fair with her public. He visited the city, where a few pockets of die-hard resistance were being liquidated, and where everybody who had not been too deeply and publicly involved in the conspiracy was now coming forward and claiming to have been a lifelong friend of the Terrans and the company. Returned to Island, debating with himself whether to declare a general amnesty or to set up a dozen guillotines in the city and run them around the clock for a week. There were cogent arguments for and against either procedure. By 2100, the last organized resistance had been wiped out, and curfew had been imposed and peace of a sort restored. There was still the threat from, but it was looking less ominous now than it had the evening before. And were having dinner in the Broadway room, confident that there was nothing left to do that they could do anything about, when the extension phone that had been plugged in at their table rang. Colonel Quinton here identified herself into it and listened for a moment. There has. When well, where did it come from, I see. And the direction, anything else. Apparently there was nothing else. She hung up and turned to. The Sky Spy just detected a ship lifting out from, presumed one of the Boer-class freighters, either the Smuts or the. It was first picked up on at about 100 feet, rising vertically from near the palace. The supposition is the geeks had her camouflaged since the time Commander first bombarded with the Aldebaran. That was about 20 minutes ago. At last report, she's 50 miles north of, headed up the river. Started thinking aloud, that could be a feint to draw our ships north after her and leave the approach to Ors open, but that would be presuming that they know about the Sky Spy, and I doubt that, though not enough to take chances on. They know we have ground and ship radar, and they may think they can slip down the valley, either undetected or mistaken, for one of our ships from north. He picked up the phone. Get me through on telecast to Air Commodore aboard the Procyon, he said. I'll take it in the office, I'll be up directly. Hey Rose. Finish your dinner and have the rest of mine sent up, he told. Leaving the elevator, he rushed into the big headquarters room just as contact was established with the Procyon, on station over the corner of sea, between town and. The Aldebaran, he knew, was west of. The Northern Lights, now fitted with a pair of 155 guns, in addition to her 90s, had just arrived at. He had the Aldebaran sent north along the crest of the mountain range between the and river valleys, where she could cover both with her own radar and other detection devices, and exchange information with the Sky Spy, and the Gaucho sent in what looked like the right course to intercept the Boer-class freighter from. The Northern Lights, also with screens tuned to the Sky Spy, was sent to take over the Aldebaran's regular station. Finally, he called and had the Northern Star sent south down the valley. After that, there was nothing to do but wait and watch the screens. Quinton put in an appearance shortly after he had finished calling, pushing a cocktail wagon on which their interrupted dinners had been placed. They finished eating and drank coffee and smoked. Most of the rest of his staff who were not busy on the bomb project or at the shipyards or with the occupation of drifted in, they all sat and stared from one to another of the screens, which told in radar patterns and direct vision and telescopic vision and heat and radiation detection the story of what was going on to the northeast of them. It was dark on the vision screen. Evidently King had invented the blackout too. Not that it did him any good. The radar screen showed the city clearly, and it was just as clear on the radiation and heat screens. The ship was completely blacked out, but the radiations from her engines and the distinctive radiation pattern of her field showed clearly, and there was a speck that marked her position on the radar screen. The same position was marked with a pinpoint of light on the vision screen. Some device on the Sky Spy, synchronized with the detectors, kept it focused there. The company's ships and vehicles all were carrying topside lights, visible only from above, which flashed alternate red and blue to identify them. Time crawled slowly around the clock face on the wall, the 65-second minutes of dragging like hours. The spots that marked the enemy ship and her hunters crawled, too, seen from the 150-mile altitude of the Sky Spy. Even the 600-mile speed of the Gaucho was barely visible. They drank coffee till the stuff revolted them. They smoked until their throats and mouths were dry. They watched the screens until they thought that they would see them in their dreams forever. Then the Gaucho reported radar contact with the ship, which had begun to turn in a hairpin-shaped course and was coming south down the valley. After that, the Gaucho began reporting directly, and her topside identification light went out. Doused our lights, we're down in the valley, altitude about 1,000 feet. We're trying to get a glimpse of her against the sky, a voice came in. We're cutting in our forward TV pickup. The voice repeated several times the wavelength, and somebody got an auxiliary screen tuned in. There was nothing visible on it but the darkness of the valley, the star-jeweled sky, and the loom of the East Mountains. We still can't see her, but we ought to any moment. Radar shows her well above the mountains. Ah, there she is. She just obscured Beta V. She's moving toward that big constellation to the east of it, the one they call Scout. Now she'll be right in the center of the screen. We're going straight for her. We're going to try to slow her down till the Aldebaran can get here. The enemy ship was vaguely visible, now becoming clearer in the starlight. She was a Boer-class freighter, all right. Probably the Smuts they had last been reported at, and there was little chance that she had slipped into since the uprising had started. For all anybody knew, she could have been destroyed in the fighting before the Residency fell. All right, we have her spotted. We're going to open up on her, the voice from the Gaucho announced. She has 2 90s to our one. We'll try to disable them first. The vision screen lit with the indirect glare of the gun flash, and the image in it jiggled violently as the ship shook to the recoil, then steadied again, with the enemy ship visible in the middle of it, growing larger and larger as the Gaucho rushed toward her. The gun fired again and again, flooding the screen with momentary yellow light and disturbing the image as the recoil shook the gun cutter. The enemy ship began firing in reply. The shots were all wide misses. Apparently the geek didn't know how to synchronize the radar sights and were ignorant of the correct setting for the proximity fuses. The Gaucho's searchlights came on, bathing her quarry in light. It was the Smuts. The name and the figurehead bust of the old soldier-philosopher were plainly visible. Her forward gun had been knocked out, and she was trying to swing about to get a field of fire for her stern gun. We're going to give her a rocket salvo, the voice said. Watch this now. The rockets leaped forward from the topside racks, 4 and 4 and 4 and 4 at half-second intervals. The first 4 hit the Smuts amidships and low, exploding with a flare that grew before it could die away as the second 4 landed. Nobody ever saw the third and fourth 4 land. The Smuts vanished in a blaze of light that blinded everybody in the room. When they could see again, after some 30 seconds, the screen was dark. In the direct vision screen from the Sky Spy, the whole countryside of the valley, 500 miles north of, was lighted. The heat and radiation detectors were going insane. And in the shifting confusion on the radar screen, there was no trace either of the Smuts or the Gaucho. Well, the geeks did have an A-bomb, Themistocles said at length. I'd been trying to kid myself that we were just preparing against 1,000,000 to 1 chance. I wonder how many more they have. Find out who was in command of the Gaucho. He'd be a junior-grade lieutenant. Fix up orders promoting him to Navy captain, as of now. It's probably the only thing we can do for him anymore. And promotions of the same order for everybody else aboard that cutter. Authority Carlos, acting Governor General. He picked up a phone. Get me commander on Aldebaran. He ordered to launch airboats and make a search, cautioned him to be careful of radiation, but to take no chances on any of the Gaucho's complement being still alive and in need of help. While that was going on, the Sky Spy reported another ship coming over her horizon to the east, from the direction of. That would be the... had already learned of the advent of the second freighter. He was unwilling to take the Procyon off her station until the Aldebaran returned from the valley. In this, concurred. Somebody suggested that a drink would be in order. They had just watched the all-but-certain death of 3 Terran officers, 15 Terran and 10, but they had all been living in too close companionship with death in the past 3 days, or was it 3 centuries to be too deeply affected. And they had also watched, at least for a day or so, the removal of the threat that had hung over their heads. And they had seen proof that they had a defense against King's bombs. They were still mixing cocktails when Pickering phoned in. Some good news, General, from Operation. We ought to have at least 1 bomb ready to drop by 1500 tomorrow, 4 or 5 more by next midnight, he said. We don't need to have cases cast. We got our dimensions decided, and we find that there are a lot of big empty liquid oxygen flasks, or tanks rather, at the spaceport that'll accommodate everything fissionables, explosive charges, tampers, detonator, and all. Well, go ahead with it. Make up a few of them, as many as you can between now and 2400 Sunday. He thought for a moment. Don't waste time on those practice bombs I mentioned. We'll make a practice drop with a live bomb. And don't throw away the design for the cast case. We may need that later on. XV. A place in my heart for. The company fleet hung off at 15,000 feet in a belt of calm air just below the seesawing currents from the warming Antarctic and the cooling deserts of the Arctic. There was the Procyon, from the bridge of which watched the movements of the other ships and airboats and the distant horizon. The Aldebaran was 10 miles off, to the west, her metal sheathing glinting in the red light of the evening sun. There was the Northern Star, down from, a smaller and more distant twinkle of reflected light to the north of Aldebaran. The Northern Lights was off to the east, and between her and Procyon was a fifth ship. Turning the arm-mounted binoculars around, he could just make out on her bow the figurehead bust of a man in an ancient and a fringe of chin beard. She was captured by the Procyon after a chase across the mountains northeast of the day before. And remote from the other ships to the south, a tiny speck of blue-gray, almost invisible against the sky, and a smaller twinkle of reflected sunlight, a garbage scow, unflatteringly but somewhat aptly rechristened, which had been altered as a bomb carrier, and the gun cutter. With the glasses, he could see a bulky cylinder being handled off the scow and loaded onto the improvised bomb catapult on the stern. Shortly thereafter, the gun cutter broke loose from the tender and began to approach the fleet. "General, I must protest against your doing this," Air Commodore said. "There's simply no sense in it. That bomb can be dropped without your personal supervision aboard, sir, and you're endangering yourself unnecessarily. That infernal machine hasn't been tested or anything. It might even let go on the catapult when you try to drop it. And we simply can't afford to lose you now. No, what would become of us if you go out there and blow yourself up with that contraption?" Supported him. My God, I thought Don was a Spaniard instead of a German. Corrected. And don't try to sell me that irreplaceable man line, either. Them can replace me, Hid can replace him, Barney can replace him, and so on down to where you make a second lieutenant out of some sergeant. We've been all over this last evening. Admitted we can't take time for a long string of test shots, and admitted we have to use an untested weapon. I'm not sending men out under those circumstances and staying here on the ship and watch them blow themselves up. If that bomb's our only hope, it's got to be dropped right, and I'm not going to take a chance on having it dropped by a crew who think they've been sent out on a suicide mission. What happened to the Gaucho when she blew the smuts up is too fresh in everybody's mind. But if I, who ordered the mission, accompany it, they'll know I have some confidence that they'll come back alive. Well, I'm coming along too, General, Kent Pickering spoke up. I made the damned thing, and I ought to be along when it's dropped, on the principle that a restaurant proprietor ought to be seen eating his own food once in a while. I still don't see why we couldn't have made at least one test shot first, Hans, the banking cartel man, objected. Well, I'll tell you why, Quinton spoke up. There's a good chance that the geeks don't know we have a bomb of our own. They may believe that it was something invented on Niflheim for mining purposes, and that we haven't realized its military application. There's more than a good chance that the loss of the smuts has temporarily demoralized them. Personally, I believe that both King and Prince were aboard her when she blew up. That's something we'll never know, positively, of course. That ship and everything and everybody in her were simply vaporized, and the particles are registering on our now. But I'm as sure as I am of anything about these geeks that one or both of them accompanied her. Knows what she's talking about, King jabbered in the sea language which they all understood. Just like saying that he has to go on our cutter to encourage the crew. They always insist that their kings and generals go into battle, particularly if something important is to be done. They think the gods get angry if they don't. And we have to hit them now, said. They still have a couple of bombs left. We haven't been able to locate them with detectors, but those geeks men caught on that commander raid last night say that there were at least 3 of them made. We can't take a chance that some fanatic may load one into N and make a kamikaze raid on island. The ran alongside, with her warrior figurehead and the black cylinder on her catapult aft. Somebody had painted on the bomb, Dire Dawn by. Compliments of the author to H.M. King, of. A canvas gangway was run out to connect the ship with the cutter. And Kent Pickering went down the ladder from the bridge, the others accompanying them. As he stepped into the gangway, Quentin fell in behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" he demanded. "Along with you," she replied. "I'm your adjutant, I believe." "You definitely are not going along. Personally, I don't believe there's any danger, but I'm not having you run any unnecessary risks. I don't know much about the way Terrans think, except about fighting and about making things," told him. "And I don't know anything at all about the kind of Terrans who have young. But I believe this is something important too. Let her go with you, because if you go alone and don't come back, I don't think she will ever be happy again." He looked at curiously, wondering, as he had so often before, just what went on inside that lizard skull. Then he looked at, and after a moment, he nodded. "All right, Colonel, objection withdrawn," he said. Aboard they gave the bomb a last-minute inspection and checked the catapult and the bomb site, and then went up on the bridge. "Ready for the bombing mission, sir." The skipper, a Lieutenant J.G. asked. "Ready if you are, Lieutenant." "Carry on, we're just passengers." "Thank you, sir." We'd thought of going in over the city at about 5,000 for a target check, turning when we're halfway back to the mountains, and coming back for our bombing run at 15,000. "Is that all right, sir?" Nodded. "You're the skipper, Lieutenant." You'd better make sure, though, that as soon as the bomb-off signal is flashed, your engineer hits his auxiliary rocket propulsion button. We want to be about 15 miles from where that thing goes off. The Lieutenant, J.J., muttered something that sounded like, "You ain't, brother." "No, I'm not," agreed. "I saw the smuts on the TV screen." The pointed her bow, and the long blade of the figurehead warrior's spear, toward. The city grew out of the ground mist, a party-colored blur at the delta of the dry river, and then a color-splashed triangle between the river and the bay and the hills on the landward side, and then it took shape, cross-ruled with streets and granulated with buildings. As they came in, who had approached it from the air many times before, could distinguish the landmarks, the site of King's nitroglycerin plant, now a crater surrounded by a quarter-mile radius of ruins, the Residency, another crater since Mac had blown it up under him, the smashed at the company docks, King's Palace, fire-stained and with a hole blown in one corner by the Aldebaran's bombs. Then they were past the city and over open country. "I wish we had some idea where the rest of those bombs are stored, sir," Lieutenant said. "We don't seem to have gotten anything significant when we flew reconnaissance with the radiation detectors." "No, about all that was picked up was the main power plant, and the radiation escape from there was normal," Pickering agreed. "The bombs themselves wouldn't be detectable, except to the extent that, say, a nuclear conversion engine for an airboat would be. They probably have them underground, somewhere well shielded. Those prisoners commandos dragged in only knew that they were in the city somewhere," considered. "How about midway between the palace and the Residency for our ground zero, Lieutenant?" "That looks like the center of the city." The cutter turned and started back, having risen another 10,000 feet. "Pass the word to the bombardier." The city, with the sea beyond it now, came rushing at them, and standing at the front of the bridge, discovered that he had his arm around her waist and was holding her a little more closely than was military. He made no attempt to release her, however. "There's nothing to worry about, really," he was assuring her. "Pickering's boys built this thing according to the best principles of engineering, and the stuff they got out of that big economy-size shilling shocker all checked mathematically." The red light on the bridge flashed, and the intercom shouted, "Bomb off." He forced down on the bridge deck and crouched beside her. "Cover your eyes," he warned. "You remember what the flash was like in the screen when the smuts blew up. And we didn't get the worst of it, the pickup on the gaucho was knocked out too soon. He kept on lecturing her about gamma rays and ultraviolet rays and X-rays and cosmic rays, trying to keep making some sort of intelligent sounds while they clung together and waited, and with the other half of his mind, trying not to think of everything that could go wrong with that jerry-built improvisation they had just dumped onto. If it didn't blow and the geeks found it, they'd know that another one would be along shortly, and an invisible hand caught the gun cutter and hurled her end over end, sending and sprawling at full length on the deck, still clinging to one another. There was a blast of almost palpable sound, and a sensation of heat that penetrated even the airtight superstructure of the. An instant later there was another and another similar shock. 2 more bombs had gone off behind them. That meant that they had found King's remaining nuclear armament. There were shattering sounds of breaking glass, and heavy thumps that told of structural damage to the cutter, and hoarse shouts, and lurid cursing as and his struggled with the controls. The cutter began losing altitude, but she was back on a reasonably even keel. Rose helping to her feet, and found that they had been kissing one another passionately. They were still in each other's arms when the pitching and rolling of the cutter ceased, and somebody tapped him on the shoulder. He came out of the embrace and looked around. It was Lieutenant J.G. What the devil, Lieutenant? He demanded. Sorry to interrupt, sir, but we're starting back to Procyon. And here you'll want this, I suppose. He held out a glass disc. I never expected to see it, but at that it took 3 A-bombs to blow you loose from your monocle. Oh, that. Took his trademark and set it in his eye. I didn't lose it, he lied. I just jettisoned it. Don't you know, Lieutenant, that no gentleman ever wears a monocle while he's kissing a lady? He looked around. They were at about 800 to 1,000 feet above the water, with a stiff following wind away from the explosion area. The 9mm gun forward must have been knocked loose and carried away. It was gone, and so was the TV pickup and the radar. Something, probably the gun, had slammed against the front of the bridge, the metal skeleton was bent in, and the armor glass had been knocked out. The cutter was vibrating properly, so the field had not been disturbed, and her jets were firing. It was the 2nd and 3rd bombs that did the damage, sir, was saying. We'd have gone through the effects of our own bomb with nothing more than a bad shaking, of course. Were weightless relative to the air mass, but she was built to stand the winds in the high latitudes. But the 2 geek bombs caught us off balance. You don't need to apologize, Lieutenant. You and your crew behaved splendidly, Lieutenant Commander, best traditions, and all that sort of thing. It was a pleasure, Commander. Hope to be aboard with you again, Captain. They found Kent Pickering at the rear of the bridge, and joined him looking astern. Even, who had seen H-bombs and cycle bombs, was impressed. Was completely obliterated under an outward-rolling cloud of smoke and dust that spread out for 5 miles at the bottom of the towering column. There had been 150,000 people in that city, even if their faces were the faces of lizards, and they had 4 arms and quartz-speckled skins. What fraction of them were now alive, he could not guess. He had to remind himself that they were the people who had burned and alive, that 2 of the 3 bombs that had contributed to that column of boiling smoke had been made in by, and that, with a few causal factors altered, he was seeing what would have happened to. Perhaps every Terran felt a superstitious dread of nuclear energy turned to the purposes of war. Small wonder, after what they had done on their own world. For one thing, he thought grimly, the next geek who picks up the idea of soaking a Terran in and setting fire to him will drop it again like a hot potato. And the next geek potentate who tries to organize an anti-Terran conspiracy, or the next crazy caravan driver who preached, will be lynched on the spot. But this must be the last nuclear bomb used on drunkards morning after resolution. He told himself contemptuously. The next time it will come easier, and easier still the time after that. After you drop the first bomb, there is no turning back, any more than there had been after Hiroshima 450-odd years ago. Why he had even been considering just where, against the mountains back of, he would drop a demonstration bomb as a prelude to a surrender demand. You either went on to the inevitable catastrophe, or you realized in time that nuclear armament and nationalism cannot exist together on the same planet, and it is easier to banish a habit of thought than a piece of knowledge. Was not ready for membership in the Terran Federation, then its people must bow to the Terran Pax. They would help as proconsuls, administrators, now instead of mercenaries. And there must be manned orbital stations, and the residencies must be moved outside the cities, away from possible blast areas. And Seed's idea of encouraging the natives to own their own ships must be shelved for a long time to come. Maybe in a century or so. Had a good idea at that, a most meritorious idea. He was sold on it already, and he doubted if it would take much salesmanship with either. Already she was clinging to his arm with obvious possessiveness. Maybe there and the of that time would see a civilized member of the Federation. They paused as the gun cutter nuzzled up to the Procyon, and the canvas gangway was run out and made fast, looking back at the fearful thing that had sprouted from where had been. You know, was saying, echoing his earlier thought, but for that female pornographer that would have been. He nodded. Yes. I hope you won't mind, but there will always be a place in my heart for. Then they turned their backs upon the abomination of desolation and went up the gangway together, looking very little like a general and his adjutant. Uprising, H. Beampiper. I Commander-in-Chief front and center. General Carlos threw his cigarette away, flexed his hands in his gloves, and set his monocle more firmly in his eye, stepping forward as the footsteps on the stairway behind him ceased and the other officers emerged from the squat Flint Keep captain, the post CO, big, chocolate-brown Brigadier General Themistocles, little colonel. Far in front of him, to the left, the horizon was lost in the oversea. Directly in front, and to the right, the brown and gray and black Flint Mountains sawed into the sky until they vanished in the distance. Unseen below, the old caravan trail climbed one side of the pass and slid down the other, a sheer 500 feet below the parapet and the two-corner catapult platforms which now mounted 90 guns. On the little 100-foot square parade ground in front of the keep, his was parked and the soldiers were assembled. 10 or 12 of them were Terrans, a couple of lieutenants, sergeants, gunners, technicians, the sergeant driver and corporal gunner of his own car. The other 50-odd were natives. They stood erect on stumpy legs and broad, six-toed feet. They had 4 arms apiece, one pair from true shoulders and the other connected to a pseudo-pelvis midway down the torso. Their skins were slate gray and rubbery, speckled with pinhead-sized bits of quartz that had been formed from perspiration, for their body tissues were silicone instead of carbon-hydrogen. Their narrow heads were unpleasantly saurian. They had small, double-lidded red eyes and slit-like nostrils, and wide mouths filled with opalescent teeth. Except for their belts and equipment, they were completely naked. The uniform consisted of the emblem of the chartered company stencil painted on chests and backs. Clothing to them was unnecessary, either for warmth or modesty. As to the former, they were cold-blooded and could stand a temperature range of from 120 to -100 centigrade. Had seen them sleeping in the open with their bodies covered with frost or freezing rain. He had also seen them wade through boiling water. As to the second, they had practically no sex inhibitions. They were all of the same gender, true, functional hermaphrodites. Any individual among them could bear young or fertilize the ova of any other individual. 15 years ago, when he had come to, as a former Terran Federation captain newly commissioned colonel in the army of the company, it had taken some time before he had become accustomed to the detailing of a non-com and a couple of privates out of each platoon for babysitting duty. At least, though, they didn't have the squat trouble around army posts on that they had on Thor, where he had last been stationed. And coming in out of the sun, circled the cragtop fort and let down onto the terrace next his command car. It carried a bristle of 15 machine guns, and 2 of the 850 rocket tubes on either side were empty and freshly smoke-stained. The canopy slid back, and the 2-man crew lieutenant driver and sergeant gunner jumped out. Knew them both. Lieutenant Sergeant, he greeted. Good afternoon. Both saluted in the informal, hell-with-rank-we're-all-human manner of Terran soldiers on extraterrestrial duty, and returned the greeting. How's the Geel situation? He asked, then nodded toward the fired rocket tubes. I see you had some shooting. Yes, sir, the lieutenant said. 2 bands of them. We sighted the first coming up the eastern side of the mountain, about 2 miles this side of the Blue Springs. We got about half of them with MG fire, and the rest dived into a big rock crevice. We had to use 2 rockets on them, and then had to let down and pot a few of them with our pistols. We caught the second band in that little punchbowl place about a mile this side of old fort. There were only 6 of them. They were bunched together, feeding. Off one of their own gang, I'd say. The way we've been keeping them up in the high rocks, they've been eating inside the family quite a bit lately. We let them have 2 rockets. No survivors. Not many very big pieces, in fact. We let down its for a beer after that, and Captain told us that one of his jeeps caught what he thinks was the same band that was down off the mountain night before last and ate those peasants on Prince's estate. By God, I'm glad to hear that. There'd been a perfect hell of a flap about that business. Before the Terrans came to, it was a good year when not more than 500 farm folk would be killed and eaten by Geel cannibals. The incident of 2 nights ago had been the first of its kind in almost 6 months, but the nobleman whose serfs had been eaten was practically accusing the company of responsibility for the crime. I'll see that is informed. The more you do for these damned geeks, the more they expect from you. When you get your vehicle re-ammoed, Lieutenant, suppose you buzz back to where you machine-gunned that first gang. If there are any more around, they'll have moved in for the free meal by now. This breakdown of the Geels, taboo against eating fellow tribesmen, was one of the best things he'd heard from the cannibal extermination project for some time. He turned to Themistocles. In about 2 weeks, get a little task force together. Say 10 combat cars, about 20, and a battalion of rifles in troop carriers. Oh yes, and this good-for-nothing outfit of Prince, they can be used for beaters and to block escape routes. He turned back to Lieutenant and Sergeant. Good work, boys. And if the synchro photos show that any of that first bunch got away, don't feel too badly about it. These Geels can hide on the top of a pool table. He climbed into the command car, followed by Themistocles, and Sergeant Harry and Corporal took their places on the front seat. The car lifted, turned to nose into the wind, and rose in a slow spiral. Below, the fort grew smaller, a flat-topped rectangle of masonry overlooking the pass, a gun covering each approach, and 2 more on the square keep to cover the rocky hogback on which the fort had been built, with the flagpole between them. Once that pole had lifted a banner of ragged black marshflopper skin bearing the device of the chieftain whose family had built the castle. Now it carried a neat rectangle of blue bunting emblazoned with the wreathed globe of the Terran Federation, and below that the blue-gray pennant which bore the vermilion trademark of the chartered company. "Where now, sir?" Harry asked. He looked at his watch. 1700, there wasn't time for a visit to old fort, 10 miles to the north at the next pass. Back to the island. The nose of the car swung east by south. The cold jet rotors began humming, and then the hot jets were cut in. The car turned from the fort and the mountains, and shot away over the foothills toward the coastal plain. Below were forests, yellow-green with new foliage of the second growing season of the equatorial year, veined with narrow dirt roads and spotted with occasional clearings. Farther east, the dirty gray wood smoke marked the progress of the charcoal burnings. It took 40 years to burn the forests clear back to the Flint Cliffs. By the time the burners reached the mountains, the new trees at the seaward edge would be ready to cut. Off to the south, he could see the dark green squares, where the hemlocks and Norway spruce had been planted by the company. With a little chemical fertilizer, they were doing well, and they made better charcoal than the silicate-heavy native wood. That was the only natural fuel on. There was no coal, of course, since fallen timber and even standing dead trees petrified in a matter of a couple of years. There was too much silica on, and not enough of anything else. What would be coal seams on Terra were strata of wood. And of course, there was no petroleum. There was less charcoal being burned now than formerly. The company had been bringing in great quantities of synthetic fuel, and had been setting up nuclear furnaces and nuclear electric power plants, wherever they gained a foothold on the planet. Beyond the forests came the farmlands. Around the older estates, thick walls of flint and petrified wood had been built, and wide moats dug to keep out the But now the moats were dry and the walls falling into disrepair. Some of the newer farms, land devoted to agriculture with the declining demand for charcoal, had neither moats nor walls. That was the company, too. The huge shell-armored beasts had become virtually extinct in the isthmus now, since the introduction of bazookas and rifles. There seemed to be quite a bit of power equipment working in the fields, and big lorries were drifting back and forth, scattering fertilizer, mainly nitrates from Mimir. There were still a good number of animal-drawn plows and harrows in use, however. As planets went was no bargain, he thought sourly. At times, he wished he had never followed the lure of rapid promotion and fantastically high pay and left the Federation regulars for the army of the company. If he hadn't, he'd probably be a colonel at 5,000 souls a year, but maybe it would be better to be a middle-aged colonel on a decent planet Odin with its 2 moons, and its wide grasslands and its evergreen forests that looked and even smelled like the pinewoods of Terra, or with snow-capped mountains and clear, cold lakes and rocky rivers dashing under great vine-hung trees, or Freya. Where the people were human to the last degree, and the women were so breathtakingly beautiful than a company army general at 25,000 on this combination icebox, furnace, wind tunnel, and where the water tasted like soap suds and left a crackly film when it dried, where the temperature ranged from pole to pole between 250 and minus 150 Fahrenheit, and the scale ran up to 30. Where nothing that ran or swam or grew was fit for a human to eat, and where the people. Of course, there were worse planets than. There was cold and foggy, its equatorial zone a gloomy marsh, and the rest of the planet locked in eternal ice. There was which always kept the same face turned to its primary, one side blazingly hot and the other close to absolute zero, with a narrow and barely habitable twilight zone between. There was Mimir, swarming with a race of semi-intelligent quasi-rodents, murderous, treacherous, utterly vicious. Or Niflheim. The company had the franchise for Niflheim, too. They'd had to take that and agree to exploit the planet's resources in order to get the franchise for, which furnished a good quick measure of the comparative merits of the two. Ahead, the city sprawled along the delta of the river and extended itself inland. The river was dry now. Except in spring, when it was a red-brown torrent, it never ran more than a trickle, and not at all this late in the northern summer. The lost altitude and the hot jet stopped firing. They came gliding in over the suburbs and the yellow-green parks, over the low one-story dwellings and shops, the lofty temples and palaces, the fantastically twisted towers, following a street that became increasingly mean and squalid as it neared the industrial district along the waterfront. On the right glanced idly down, puffing slowly on his cigarette. Then he stiffened, the muscles around his right eye clamping on the monocle. Leaning forward, he punched Harry lightly on the shoulder. "Circle back, Sergeant, let's have a look at that street again," he directed. "Something going on down there, looks like a riot." "Yes, sir, I saw it," the Chinese-Australian driver replied. "Terrans in trouble, mobbed by geeks. Parked right in the bloody middle of it." The car made a twisting, banking loop and came back more slowly. Colonel was using the binoculars. "That's right," he said. "Terrans being mobbed. 2 of them backed up against a house. I saw one of them firing a pistol. Had the handset of the car's radio and was punching out the combination of the company guardhouse on island. He held down the signal button until he got an answer. In car, over. Riot on 4th Avenue, just off 72nd Street. No Terran could possibly remember the names of streets. Even native troops recruited from outside found the numbers easier to learn and remember. Geeks mobbing a couple of Terrans. I'm going down now to do what I can to help, send troops in a hurry. Rifles. And stand by, I'll give it to you as it happens. The voice of somebody at the guardhouse, bawling orders, came out of the receiver as he tossed the phone forward over Harry's shoulder, caught it and began speaking rapidly and urgently into it while he steered with the other hand. Took one of the 5-pound spiked riot maces out of the rack in front of him. Themistocles had already drawn his pistol. He shifted it to his left hand and took a mace in his right. The Nipponese-Irish colonel, looking like an infuriated pixie, had an automatic in one hand and a long dagger in the other. Harry and were old hands, they'd done this sort of work before. rose into the ball turret and swung the twin 15s around, cutting loose. Brought the car in fast, at about shoulder height on the mob. Between them, they left a swath of mangled, killed, wounded, and stunned natives. Then, spinning the car around, set it down hard on a clump of rioters as close as possible to the struggling group around the two Terrans. Threw back the canopy and jumped out of the car and behind him. There was another, a dark maroon civilian job at the curb. Its native driver was slumped forward over the controls, a short crossbow bolt sticking out of his neck. Backed against the closed door of a house, a Terran with white hair and a small beard was clubbing futilely with an empty pistol. He was wounded, and blood was streaming over his face. His companion, a young woman in a long fur coat, was laying about her with a native bolo knife. His mace had a spiked ball head and a 4-inch spike in front of that. He smashed the ball down on the back of one's head and jabbed another in the rump with the spike. Uller. He yelled in pidgin. "You lizard-faced creators blunder." The world swinging a blade somewhere between a big and a small machete. His mouth was open and there was froth on his lips. He screamed, the cut on the steel shaft of his mace. "Yourself, you geek bastard." He shouted back, ramming the spike end into the opal-filled mouth. "And you too," he added, recovering and slamming the ball head down on the narrow saurian skull. The went down, spurting a yellow fluid about the consistency of gun oil. Then, without wasting words, he maced another of the things. Ahead, one of the natives had caught the wounded Terran with both lower hands and was raising a dagger with his upper right. The girl in the fur coat swung wildly, slashing the knife arm, then chopped down on the creature's neck. To one side, a native somewhat better dressed than the others, to the extent of a couple of belts with gold ornaments, drew a Terran automatic. Hurled his mace and drew his pistol, thumbing off the safety as he swung it up, but before he could fire, had seen and swung his guns around. The double burst caught the native in the chest and fairly tore him apart. Another of them closed with the girl, grabbing her right arm with all 4 hands and biting at her. She screamed and kicked her attacker in the groin, wherein is, if anything, even more vulnerable than a Terran. The native howled hideously, and jumping over a couple of corpses, shoved the muzzle of his pistol into the creature's open mouth and pulled the trigger, blowing its head apart like a rotten pumpkin and splashing both himself and the girl with yellow blood and rancid-looking gray-green brains. Jumping forward after, stuck his dagger into the neck of a rioter and left it there, then caught the girl around the waist with his free arm. Themistocles dropped his mace and swung the frail-looking man onto his back. Together they struggled back to the command car, covering the retreat with his pistol. Another rioter, a nomad from the north, he guessed was aiming one of the long-barreled native air rifles, holding the 10-inch globe of the air chamber in both lower hands. Shot him, and the literally blew to pieces. For an instant, he wondered how the small bursting charge of a 10-explosive pistol bullet could accomplish such havoc, and assumed that the native had been carrying a bomb in his belt. Then another explosion tossed fragmentary corpses nearby, and another and another. Glancing quickly over his shoulder, he saw 4 combat cars coming in, firing with 40 autocannon and 15 machine guns. They swept between the hovels on one side and the warehouses on the other, strafing the mob, darted up to 1,000 feet, looped and came swooping back, and this time there were 3 long blue-gray troop carriers behind them. These landed in the hastily cleared street and began disgorging native company soldiers' mercenaries, he noted with satisfaction. They carried a modified version of the regular Terran Federation infantry rifle, stocked and sighted to conform to their physical peculiarities, with long, thorn-like triangular bayonets. One platoon ran forward, dropped to one knee, and began firing rapidly into what was left of the mob. 4-handed soldiers can deliver a simply astonishing volume of fire, particularly when armed with auto rifles having 20-shot dropout magazines, which can be changed with the lower hands without lowering the weapon. There was a clatter of shod hoofs, and a company of the King of's cavalry came trotting up on their 6-legged, lizard-headed, quartz-speckled mounts. Some of these charged into side alleys, joyfully lancing and cutting down fleeing rioters, while others dismounted, 3 tossing their reins to a 4th and went to work with their crossbows. Who ordinarily entertained a dim opinion of the King of's soldiery, admitted, grudgingly, that it was smart work. 4 hands were a big help in using a crossbow, too. A Terran captain of native infantry came over, saluting. "Are you and your people all right, General?" he asked, and glanced at the front seat of his car, where Harry, a pistol in his right hand, was still talking and was putting fresh belts into his guns. Then he saw that the African brigadier and the Irish-Japanese colonel had gotten the wounded man into the car. The girl, having dropped her bolo, was leaning against the side of the car, one foot heedlessly in what was left of an who had gotten smashed under it, weak with nervous reaction. "We seem to be, Captain." "Very smart work. You must have those vehicles of yours on hyperspace drive. How is he, Colonel?" "We'd better get him to the hospital right away," replied. "I think he has a concussion." "Harry, call the hospital. Tell them what the score is, and tell them we're bringing the casualty in to their top landing stage. Why, we'll make out very nicely, Captain. You'd better stay around with your and make sure that these geeks of King's don't let the riot flare up again and get away from them. And don't let them get the impression that they can maintain order around here without our help. The company would like to see that attitude discouraged." "Yes, sir, I understand." Captain opened the pouch on his belt and took out the false palate and tongue clicker, without which no Terran could do more than mouth a crude and barely comprehensible pidgin. Stuffing the gadget into his mouth, he turned and began jabbering orders. Helped the girl into the car, placing her on his right. The wounded civilian was propped up in the left corner of the seat, and Colonel and Brigadier General took the jump seats. The driver put on the field, and the car lifted up. "Them see if there's a flask and a drinking cup in the door pocket next to you," he said. "I think Miss Quinton could use a drink." The girl turned. Even in her present disheveled condition, she was beautiful a trifle on the petite side, with black hair and black eyes that quirked up oddly at the outer corners. Her nails were black lacquered and spotted with little gold stars, evidently a new feminine fad from Terra. "I certainly could, General. How did you know my name?" "You've been on for the last 3 months, ever since the city of Canberra got in from Niflheim. There aren't enough of us that everybody doesn't know all about everybody else. You're Dr. Quinton, you're an extraterrestrial, and you're a field agent for the Extraterrestrials' Rights Association, like here." He took the cup and flask from Themistocles and poured her a drink. "Take this easy now, honeyrum, 150 proof." He watched her sip the stuff cautiously, cough over the first mouthful, and then get the rest of it down. "More." When she shook her head, he stoppered the flask and relieved her of the cup. "What were you doing in that district, anyhow?" He wanted to know. "I'd have thought would have had more sense than to take you there, or go there himself, for that matter. We went to visit a friend of his, a native named, who seems to be a sort of combination clergyman and labor leader," she replied. "I'm going to observe labor conditions at the North Pole mines in a short while, and Mr. was going to give me letters of introduction to friends of his at." With the aid of his monocle, managed to keep a straight face. Neither nor had any such aid. The African rolled his eyes and the Japanese Irishman grimaced. "We talked with Mr. for a while," the girl said, "and when we came out, we found that our driver had been killed and a mob had gathered. Of course, we were carrying pistols. They're part of this survival kit you make everybody carry, along with the emergency rations and the water. Mr. wasn't loaded, but mine was. When they rushed us, I shot a couple of them and then picked up that big knife." "That's why you're still alive," commented. "We wouldn't be if you hadn't come along," she told him. "I never in my life saw anything as beautiful as you coming through that mob swinging that war club." "Well, I never saw anything much more beautiful than those 40s beginning to land in the mob," replied. They swung out over channel and headed toward the blue-gray company buildings on island, and the company airport swarming with lorries and airboats where the 10,000-ton had just come in from, and the company's one real warship, the cruiser Procyon, was lifting out for Grank in the north. Down at the southern tip of the island, the 3,000-foot globe of the spaceship city of Pretoria, from Niflheim, was loading with cargo for Terra. "Just what happened while you and Mr. were in's house," Miss Quinton asked, trying not to sound official, was with you all the time? Or did he go out for a while, say 15 or 20 minutes before you left? Why, yes, he did. Quinton looked surprised. How did you guess it? You see, a dog started barking behind the house, and he excused himself and... A dog! Almost shouted. The other officers echoed him, and on the front seat Harry said, "Cooey." Why, yes, Quinton's eyes widened. But there are no dogs on, except a few owned by Terrans. And wasn't there something about? Had the and was calling the command car at the scene of the riot. The sergeant driver answered, "Here, my compliments to Captain, and tell him he's to make immediate and thorough search of the house in front of which the incident occurred, and adjoining houses. For his information, that's his house. Tell him to look for traces of Governor General Scully or any of the other terrestrial animals that have been disappearing, that goat, for instance, or those rabbits. And I want brought in, alive and in condition to be interrogated. I'll send more troops or constabulary to help you." He handed the phone to. "You take care of that end of it, them, you know who can be spared." "But what?" the girl began. "That's why you were attacked," he told her. "Was afraid to let you get away from there alive to report hearing that dog, so he went out and had a gang of thugs rounded up to kill you. But he was only gone 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, I can put all the troops into action. Doesn't have radio or TV, we hope, but he has his forces concentrated, and he has a pretty good staff. But Mr. 's a friend of ours. He knows what our association is trying to do for his people. So he shows his appreciation by setting that mob on you. Look, he has a lot of influence in that section. When you were attacked, why wasn't he out trying to quiet the mob? When they jumped you, you tried to get back into the house, put in. And you found the door barred against you. Yes, but the girl looked troubled, had guessed right. But what's all the excitement about the dog? What is it, the sacred totem animal of the company? It's just a big brown collie, named like half the dogs on Terra. Somebody stole it and was keeping it, and we want to know why. We don't like geek mysteries, not when they lead to murderous attacks on Terrans, at least. The letdown on the hospital landing stage. A stretcher was waiting with a Terran and 2 orderlies. They got the still unconscious out of the car. You'd better go with them yourself, Miss Quinton advised. You have a couple of nasty-looking bruises and bumps. A couple of abrasions, too, where those geeks grabbed you. They have hides like sandpaper. And better have that coat cleaned before that goo on it hardens, or it'll be ruined. Yes. You have a lot of it on your uniform, too. He glanced down at the blue-gray jacket. So I have. And another thing. Those letters was going to give you, the ones to his friends in. Did you get them? She felt in the pocket of her coat. Yes, I still have them. I wish you'd let Colonel have a look at them. There may be more to them than you think. Hid, will you go with Miss Quinton? Aye. And the Rev. In a fresh uniform, sat at the end of the table in his office, and the lieutenant governor faced each other across it over the 3-foot disc of a chessboard. Had the white or center position. Sandy-haired and considerably younger, was playing black, and his pieces were closing in relentlessly from the outer rim. Well then what? Ask me. Dropped ash from his cigarette into the tray that served all 3 of them. Nothing much, he replied. Bugged out as soon as he saw my car let down. We picked up a few of his ragtag and bobtail, and they're being questioned now, but I doubt if they'll tell us anything we don't know already. The dog had been kept in a lean-to back of the house. It had been removed, probably as soon as called in his goon gang. At least one of the rabbits had been kept on the premises, too, some time ago. No trace of the goat. He watched move one of his pieces and nodded approvingly. The riot's been put down, he continued, but we're keeping 2 companies in the city, and about a dozen patrolling the section from 80th down to 64th, and from the waterfront back to 8th Avenue. There is also the equivalent of a regiment of King's infantry spearmen, and a few and 2 of those outsized cavalry companies of his, helping hold the lid down. They're making mass arrests indiscriminately. More slaves for his court favorite, of course. Or else wants them to use for patronage, added. He's been building quite a political organization lately. Getting ready to shove off the throne, I'd say. Pushed one of his pieces out along a radial line toward the rim. Promptly took a pawn, which, under rules, entitled him to a second move. He shifted another piece, a sort of combination knight and bishop, to threaten the piece had moved. Oh, wouldn't dare try anything like that, the Governor-General said. He knows we wouldn't let him get away with it. We have too much of an investment in King. Then why's been supporting this damned? Wanted to know, hastily interposing a piece. Can follow one of 2 lines of policy. He can undertake to heave off the throne and seize power, or he has to support on the throne. We're subsidizing, has been preaching this crusade against the Terrans and against whom we control. Has been subsidizing. You haven't any proof of that, protested. My intelligence section has put in. We can give sums of money and dates, and the names of the intermediaries through whom they were paid to. Is absolutely correct in making that statement. Personally, I think's plan is something like this. We'll stir up anti-Terran sentiment herein and direct it against our puppet as well as against us, said. When the outbreak comes, we'll be killed, and then we'll step in, seize the palace, and use the royal army to put down the revolt that he's incited in the first place. That will put him in the position of the friend of the company, and most of his dupes will be rounded up and sold as slaves, and King L pocket the proceeds. The only question is, will let himself be used that way. I think's bigger than ever can be, and more of a threat to the company. Everywhere we turn, at the bottom of whatever happens to be wrong. This business, for instance, is one of his followers. You have on the brains, exclaimed impatiently, then moved the threatened piece counterclockwise on the circle where he had placed it. He's just a barbarian caravan driver. Moved the piece that had taken's pawn. Your king in danger, he warned. And was just a paper hanger. Has no following except among the rabble. Puffed furiously at his pipe, trying to figure the best protection for his king. You just think he hasn't, retorted. Herein, he's always entertained by one or another of the big shipowning nobles. They probably deprecate his table manners, but they just love his politics. And the same thing at the free cities along the eastern shore. The last time he was the guest of the ambassador, stated. Intelligence got that from a spy we'd planted among the embassy servants. You sure this spy wasn't just romancing? Asked. You get so confounded many wild stories about. 3 days after he was reported he was reported at 5,000 miles away, said to be having an audience with King. No mystery to that, said. He travels on our ships, in disguise, coolie class on the geek deck. Be a good idea if he could be caught at it some time, said, making another move. One of the lower deck loading ports could be left unlocked by carelessness, and he could blunder overboard at about 5,000 feet. He watched make a deceptively pointless-looking move. See, this damn dog business worries me. Worries me, too. I'm fond of that mutt, and God only knows what sort of stuff he's been getting to eat. And I hate to think of why those gakes stole him, too. Well, at risk of seeming heartless, I'm not so much worried for as I am about why was hiding him, and why he was willing to murder the only 2 Terrans in who trust him, to prevent our finding out that he had him. A clergyman quoted. He chainlit another cigarette and stubbed out the old one. Maybe the Rev. Wanted for sacramental purposes. Looked up sharply. Ritual killing, he asked, or sympathetic magic? Shrugged. Take your choice. Maybe wanted the dog to kill before a congregation of his followers, killing us by proxy or in effigy. Or maybe they think we worship, and getting control of him would give them power over us. I wish we knew a little more about psychology. That wasn't the first time he'd made that wish. Even if sex weren't the paramount psychological factor the ancient Freudians believed, it was an extremely important one, and on most of the fundamental terms of Terran psychology were meaningless. At the same time, the average probably had complexes and neuroses that would have had talking to himself, and they certainly indulged in practices that would have even stood hair on end. One thing said, it doesn't take any psychologist to know that about 80% of them hate us poisonously. Oh, rubbish! Blew the exclamation out around his pipe stem with a gush of smoke. A few fanatics hate us, and a few merchants who lost money when we replaced this primitive barter economy of theirs, but 9/10 of them have benefited enormously from us and continue to benefit. And hate us more deeply with each new benefit, added. They resent everything we've done for them. Yes, this spaceport proposition of King of looks like it, now doesn't it? Retorted. He hates and resents us so much that he's offered us a spaceport at his city. What's it going to cost him? Asked. He furnishes the land sequestered from the estate of some noble he executed for treason, and the labor all forced. We furnish the structural steel, the machine equipment, the engineering. We get a spaceport we don't really need, and he gets all the business it'll bring too. Considering the fact that is a welcome guest at his embassy here, and at the royal palace I'm beginning to wonder if he isn't fomenting trouble for us here to make us willing to move our main base to his city. He made a move. Instantly slashed out from the middle of the board with one of his heavy-duty, all-purpose pieces and took a piece, then moved again. Now look whose king's threatened. He crowed. Yes, I see. Brought a piece clockwise around the board and took the threatening piece, then moved again. I hope you see whose king's threatened now. Swore, reached out to move a piece, and then jerked his hand back as though the piece were radioactive. For a while he sat puffing his pipe and staring at the board. In fact, so sure that we're going to accept his offer that he started building 2 new power reactors to handle the additional power demand that'll result from the increased business, continued. Where's he getting the plutonium? Asked. Where can he get it? Replied. He just bought 4 tons of it from us, off the city of Pretoria. That's a hell of a lot of plutonium, said. I wonder if he mightn't have some idea of what else plutonium can be used for, beside generating power. Oh God, I hope not. Exclaimed. You're going to get me started seeing burglars under the bed next. Maybe there are burglars, said, pointing with his cigarette holder to his threatened king. Can't you do something about that, Seed? Then he turned to. Before we get off the subject, how about those letters the Rev. gave to the Quinton girl? All addressed to known to be disciples and rabidly anti-Terran, replied. We radioed the list to Colonel Lay, our intelligence man there, us back a lot of material on them that looks like the Newgate calendar. We turned the letters themselves over to Doc, the philology sharp, who is a pretty fair cryptanalyst. He couldn't find any indications of cipher, but there was a lot of gossip about friends and parishioners which might have arbitrary code meanings. I'm going to explain the situation to Miss Quinton and advise her to have nothing to do with any of the people gave her letters to. Had gotten his king temporarily out of danger, losing a piece doing it. Think she'll listen to you? He asked. These extraterrestrials, Rights Association people are a lot of blasted fanatics themselves. We're a gang of bloody-handed, flint-hearted, imperialistic sons of bitches in their book, and anything we say's sure to be a sized lie. Oh, they're not as bad as all that. I never met the girl before today, but old's a decent bloke. And their associations really done a lot of good. For one thing, they put an end to the peonage system on, and I know what conditions were like there before they did. A calculating look came into his eye. He puffed slowly at his pipe and slid a piece from the center toward the sector of the board nearest him. whistled softly and made a quick rearrangement. Carlos, did you say she told you she was going to in the near future? Ask me. Well, look here, you're going up that way yourself with that battalion of on the Aldebaran. Why don't you invite her to make the trip with you? You can be quite attractive to young ladies when you try, and she'll be grateful for that rescue this afternoon, which is always a good foundation. Maybe you can plant a couple of ideas where they'll do the most good. She's only been here for 3 months since the Canberra got in from Niflheim. You know and I know, and we all know that there are a lot of things up there at the polar mines that would look like hell to anybody who didn't understand local conditions. Well, Miss Quinton's company won't be any particularly heavy cross for me to bear, replied. I won't guarantee anything, of course. The intercom speaker on the table whistled several times. Swore laid down his pipe and got up, brushing ashes from the front of his coat. He flipped a switch and spoke into the box. Governor, a voice replied out of it, there's a geek procession just landed from a water barge in front and is coming up the roadway to Company House. A platoon of household guards with rifles, the Spear of State, a royal litter, about 30 geek nobles on foot, a gift litter, another platoon of if you say the last syllable quick enough. That'll be coming to tell us how unhappy his sodden and inebriated is about that fracas on 72nd Street, said. The gift litter will contain the customary indemnity at the current market quotation. Have and party admitted all but the rifle platoons, give him an honor guard of hour and keep his own gun-toters outside. Take them to the reception hall and hold them there till I signal from the audience hall and then herd them in. He came back and made a move. Immediately took one of his pieces, moved again, took another, and made the third move to which he was entitled. I'll mate you in 4 moves, he predicted. Want to play it out before we go down? Sure, what's time to a geek? Think we were worried about something if we didn't keep him waiting, good Lord. You do have me over a barrel. Aye. 420 geek heads. Governor General sat on the comfortably upholstered bench on the dais of the audience hall, flanked by And. He didn't look particularly regal, even on that high seat with his ruddy outdoorsman's face and his ragged gray mustache and his old tweed coat spotted with pipe-ashes. He might have been any of the dozen-odd country gentleman neighbors of boyhood in the Argentine. But then, to a Terran, any of the kings of would have looked like a freak birth in a lizard house at a zoo. It was hard to guess what impression would make on him. He took the false palate and tongue clicker, officially designated as an enunciator, and colloquially as a geek speaker, out of his coat pocket and shoved it into his mouth. And put in theirs and pressed the floor button with his toe. After a brief interval, the wide doors at the other end of the hall slid open, and the notables, attended by a dozen company native officers and a guard of rifles, entered. The honor guard advanced in 2 columns. Between them marched an unclad and heavily armed native carrying an ornate spear with a 3-foot blade upright in front of him with all 4 hands. It was the Spear of State. It represented the proxy presence of King. Behind it stalked the equivalent of Prime Minister or Grand Vizier. He wore a gold helmet and a thing like a string vest made of gold wire, and carried a long sword with a 2-hand grip, a pair of Terran automatics built for a hand with 6 4-knuckled fingers, and a pair of matched daggers. He was considerably past the prime of life, 70 or 80, to judge from the worn appearance of his opal teeth, the color of his skin, and the predominantly reddish tint of his quartz speckles. An immature would be a very light gray, white under the arms, and his quartz specks would run from white to pale yellow. The retinue of nobles behind ran through the whole spectrum, from a princeling who was almost oyster gray to old, the ambassador, who was even blacker and more red-speckled than. All of them carried about as much ironmongery as the Prime Minister. The pistols were all Terran, and the swords and daggers were mostly made either on Terra or at the Terran-operated steelworks on. 4 slaves brought up the rear carrying an ornately inlaid box on poles. When the spear-bearer reached the exact middle of the hall, he halted and grounded his regalia weapon with a thump. Came up and halted a couple of paces behind and to the left of the spear, and all the other nobles drew up in 2 curved lines some 10 paces to the rear, with considerable pushing and jostling and an argument, with overtones of weapon fingering, about precedence. All that is but and another noble, who came up and planted themselves beside. regarded the assemblage sourly through his monocle. Maybe Seed did look regal after all. The Governor-General rose slowly and descended from the dais, advancing to within 10 paces of the spear and accompanying him. Out of the corner of his eye, watched a couple of mercenaries with 50-shot machine rifles move unobtrusively to positions from whence they could, if necessary, spray the visitors with bullets without endangering the Terrans. Welcome gibbered through his false palate. The company is honored by this visit. I come in the name of my royal master, his sublime and ineffable majesty, the 17th king of and of all the lands of the Isthmus, squeaked and clicked. I have the honor to bring with me the Lord Ambassador of King of to the court of my royal master. And I said, after being suitably welcomed, am honored to be accompanied by Prince, special envoy from my master, his royal and imperial majesty king, who is in your city to receive the shipment of power metal my royal master has been honored to be permitted to purchase from the company. More protocol about welcoming. Then cleared his throat with a series of barking sounds. My royal master, his sublime and ineffable majesty, is prostrated with grief, he stated solemnly. Were his sorrow not so overwhelming, he would have come in his own sacred person to express the pain and shame which he feels that people of the company should be set upon and endangered in the streets of the royal city. If he weren't doped to the ears, substituted mentally. There was a native drug which had on its users the combined effects of hashish, heroin, and yohimbine, and all his court circle were addicts. He probably hadn't even heard of the riot. The soldiers of his sublime and ineffable majesty came most promptly to the aid of the troops of the company, did they not, General? I ask you. Within minutes, Your Excellency replied gravely. Their promptness, valor, and efficiency were most exemplary. Spoke at length, expressing himself as delighted, on behalf of his royal master, at hearing such high praise from so distinguished a soldier. Then contributed a short speech, beseeching the gods that the deep and beautiful friendship existing between the chartered company and his sublime would continue unimpaired, and that his sublime would enjoy long life and peaceful reign, managing, by a trick of grammar, to imply that the second would be conditional upon the first. The ambassador then spoke his piece, expressing on behalf of King the deepest regret that the people of the company should be so molested, and managing to hint that things like that simply didn't happen at. The prince then spoke briefly, in sympathy for the great and good friend of all peoples, who had been injured, and hoping that he would soon enjoy full health again. He also managed to convey King's pleasure at having obtained the plutonium. Noticed that a few of his more recent court specs were slightly greenish in tinge, a sure sign that he had not long ago been exposed to the fluorine-tainted air which men and geeks alike breathed on Niflheim. When a geek prince hired out as a laborer for a year on Niflheim, he did so for only one purpose: to learn Terran technologies. Then announced that so enormous a crime against the friends of his sublime had not been allowed to go unpunished, signaling behind him with one of his lower hands for the box to be brought forward. The slaves carried it to the front, set it down, and opened it, taking from it a rug which they spread on the floor. On this, from the box, they placed 24 newly severed opal-grinning heads, in 4 neat rows. They had all been freshly scrubbed and polished, but they still smelled like crushed cockroaches. The 3 Terrans looked at them gravely. A double dozen heads was standard payment for an attack in which no Terran had been killed. Ostensibly, they were the heads of the ringleaders. In practice, they were usually lopped from the first 24 prisoners or overage slaves at hand, without regard for whether the victims had even heard of the crime which they were expiating. If the Extraterrestrials' Rights Association were really serious about the rights of these geeks, they'd advocate booting out all these native princes and turning the whole planet over to the company. That had been the Terran Federation's idea from the beginning. Why else give the company's chief representative the title of Governor-General? There was another long speech with the nobles behind him murmuring antiphonal agreement standard procedure, for which there was a standard pun, geek chorus, and a speech of response from Seed. Standing stiffly through the whole, waited for it to end, as finally it did. They walked back from the door, whence they had escorted the delegation, and stood looking down at the saurian heads on the rug. Raised his voice and called to a sergeant, whose chevrons were painted on all 4 arms. Take this carrion out and stuff it in the incinerator, he ordered. If any of you think you can clean up this rug and this box, you're welcome to them. Wait a moment, told the sergeant. Then he disgorged and pouched his geek speaker. See that head there? He asked, rolling it over with his toe. I killed that geek myself with my pistol while them and Hid were getting into the car. Miss Quinton killed that one with the bolo, see where she chopped him on the back of the neck. The cut that took off the head was a little low and missed it. And Hid stuck a knife in that one. He walked around the rug, turning heads over with his foot. This was cut-rate head payment. They just slashed off 24 heads at the scene of the riot. I don't like this butchery of worn-out slaves and petty thieves any better than anybody else, but this I don't like either. 6 months ago, wouldn't have tried to pull anything like this. Now he's laughing up his non-existent sleeve at us. That's what I've been preaching all along, took up after him. These geeks need having the fear of Terra thrown into them. Oh, nonsense, you're just as bad as Carlos here. Tut. Next, you'll be saying that we ought to depose and take control ourselves. Well, what's wrong with that for an idea? Demanded. Don't you think we could? Our could go through that army of like fast neutrons through toilet paper. My God. Exploded. Don't let me hear that kind of talk again. We're not conquistadores, we're employees of a business concern, here to make money honestly, by exchanging goods and services with these people. He turned and walked away out of the audience hall, leaving and to watch the removal of the geek heads. You know, I went a little too far, confessed. Or too fast, rather. He's got to be conditioned to accept that idea. We can't go too slowly either, replied. If we wait for him to change his mind, it'll be the same as waiting for him to retire. And that'll be waiting too long. Nodded seriously. Did you notice the green specks in the hide of that prince? He asked. He's just come back from Niflheim. Not on the Pretoria, I don't think. Probably on the Canberra 3 months ago. And he's here to get that plutonium and ship it to on the considered. I wonder just what he learned on Niflheim. I wonder just what's going on at, said. He's pulled down a regular 1st century model iron curtain. You know, 4 of our best native intelligence operatives have been murdered in the last 3 months, and 6 more have just vanished there. Well, I'm going there in a few days myself to talk to about this spaceport deal, said. I'll have a talk with Ian Mack. And I'll see what I can find out for myself. Well, let's go have a drink, suggested, consulting his watch. About time for a cocktail. IV. If you read it in Stanley. And entered the bar together the Broadway room, decorated in gleaming plastics and chromium in enthusiastic, if slightly inaccurate imitation of a 1st century New York nightclub. There were no native servants to spoil the illusion, such as it was. The service was fully automatic. Going to a bartending machine, dialed the cocktail they had decided upon and inserted his key to charge the drinks to his account, filling a 4-portion jug. As they turned away, they almost collided with Quinton. The girl wore a long-sleeved gown to conceal a bandage on her right wrist, and her face was rather heavily powdered in spots. Otherwise, she looked none the worse for recent experiences. Well, you seem to have gotten yourself repaired, Miss Quinton, he greeted her. Feel better now, Miss Quinton. This is Lieutenant Governor. Miss Quinton. Delighted, Miss Quinton said. Carlos tells us he found you standing over poor, fighting like a commando. How is, by the way? No danger, I hope. We all like him. Was still unconscious, the girl reported. He had a minor concussion, but the medics were not greatly disturbed and expected him to be fully recovered in a few weeks. Invited her and her escort to join him, and Colonel was carrying a cocktail jug and a couple of glasses. Finding a table out of the worst of the noise, they all sat down together. I suppose you think it's a joke, our being nearly murdered by the people we came to help, began, a trifle defensively. Not a very funny joke, told her. It's been played on us till it's lost its humor. Yes, geek ingratitude's an old story to all of us, agreed. You stay on this planet very long and you'll see what I mean. You call them that too? She asked as though disappointed in him. Maybe if you stopped calling them geeks, they wouldn't resent you the way they do. You know, that's a nasty name. In the 1st century pre-atomic, it designated a degraded person who performed some sort of revolting public exhibition. Biting off live chickens' heads in a sideshow wildman act, supplied. When you get up north, watch how the peasants kill these little things like 6-legged iguanas that they raise for food. That isn't the reason, though, said. As we use it, the word's pure onomatopoeia. You've learned some of the languages, you know what they sound like. Geek. As far as that goes, you know what the geek name for a Terran is. Ask me. She looked puzzled for a moment, then slipped in her enunciator. Even in the absence of any native, she used her handkerchief to mask the act. She said distinctly, "Do a bit." Taking out the geek speaker, she put it away. Why, that's exactly how they'd pronounce it. And don't tell me you haven't heard it before, said. The geeks were screaming it at you over on 72nd Street this afternoon. Kill the Terrans. That's the prophet's whole gospel. So you see, rammed home the moral, this is just another case of nobody with any right to call anybody else's kettle black cigarette. Thank you. She leaned toward the lighter flame had snapped into being. I suspect that of being a principle you'd like me to bear in mind at the polar mines, when I see, let's say, some laborer being beaten by a couple of overseers with 3-foot lengths of 3/4-inch steel cable. Well, you could also remember that a native's skin is about 1/2 inch thick and a good deal tougher than a human's, told her. And it wouldn't hurt any if you found out how these laborers are treated at home. Mostly they're serfs hired from the big landowners. It's a fact you can easily verify that permission to join the labor companies at the polar mines is regarded as a privilege, granted as a reward or as a punishment. And most of the geek landowners are bitterly critical of the way we treat our labor at the mines. They claim we make them dissatisfied with the treatment they get at home. Of course, they're always glad to have the peasants taken off their hands during a slack agricultural season, added, and we train workers to handle power equipment. I won't deny that there's a lot of unnecessary brutality on the part of the native foremen and overseers, which we're trying, gradually, to eliminate. You'll have to remember, though, that we're dealing with a naturally brutal race. Of course, mistreatment of native labor is always blamed on other natives, never on the gentle and kindly Terrans, she replied. That's been SOP on every planet our associations had any experience with. Now look, you just came here from Niflheim, objected. The company employs quite a few geeks there. How much brutality did you run into there? Well, I must admit, those who work there are very well treated. Except that I don't think it's right to employ any people with silicone body tissues where they're going to breathe fluorine-tainted air. Nobody ought to be employed on that planet. Declared. I did a 2-year hitch there when I was first commissioned in the company service. I put in 2 years there too, supported him. And I might add that that's a year longer than any native is ever allowed to spend on Niflheim. You know what the setup is there, don't you? The Terran Federation Space Navy discovered and explored both and Niflheim, which made both planets public domain. The company was originally formed to exploit alone, but the Federation insisted that both planets would have to be franchised to the same company. They wanted Niflheim exploited, mainly because of the uranium deposits there. As it turned out, the company's making as much money out of Niflheim as we are out of. What you miss is this, pointed out. On Niflheim there are about 1,000 Terrans, and not more than 500 geeks, all employed on construction work and in the mines on the planet itself, working directly under Terran supervision. We use them because they have 4 hands, and in the power-driven armor that's necessary there, they can manipulate more controls and do more things at once than we can. Here on, at the polar mines, there are about 10,000 geeks working under 500 Terrans, and most of the latter are engineers or technicians who don't do supervisory work. So we have to use native foremen, and they're guilty of what mistreatment the workers suffer. And remember, too, added, work at the polar mines can only go on for about 2 months out of the year, mid-September to mid-November at the Arctic, and mid-March to mid-May at the Antarctic. Naturally, things have to be done in a hurry and under pressure. Well, why do you work mines at the poles? Aren't there mineral deposits in places where you can work all year round? Not as rich or as accessible, said. You know what the seasons are like at the poles of this planet. The temperature will range from about 250 Fahrenheit in midsummer to 150 below in winter. There's the most intense sort of thermal erosion you can imagine. The melts in the spring to a sea, which boils away completely by the middle of the summer. There will be violent circular storms of hot wind, blowing away the light sand and dust and leaving the heavier particles of metallic ores and metals behind. Then, when the winds fall, we move in for a couple of months. It isn't really mining or even quarrying. We just scoop up ore from the surface, load it onto ore boats, and fly it down to Grank, where it's smelted through the winter. The natives run the smelters, use the heat to thaw frozen food for themselves and their livestock while they're melting the ore. In the north, metallurgy and food preparation have always been combined that way. Yes, if you think the natives who work at the mines feel themselves ill-treated, you might propose closing them down entirely and see what the native reaction would be, told her. Independently hired free workers can make themselves rich, by native standards, in a couple of seasons. Many of the serfs pick up enough money from us in incentive pay to buy their freedom after one season. Well, if the company's doing so much good on this planet, how is it that this native, the one you call the mad prophet, is able to find such a following? Demanded. There must be something wrong somewhere. That's a fair question, replied, inverting a cocktail jug over his glass to extract the last few drops. When we found a culture roughly like that of Europe during the 7th century pre-atomic, or more closely, like that of Japan before the beginning of the 1st century PA. We initiated a technological and economic revolution here, and such revolutions have their casualties too. A number of classes and groups got squeezed pretty badly, like the horse breeders and harness manufacturers on Terra by the invention of the automobile, or the coal and hydroelectric interests when direct conversion of nuclear energy to electric current was developed, or the railroads and steamship lines at the time of the discovery of the field. Naturally, there's a lot of ill feeling on the part of merchants and artisans who weren't able or willing to adapt themselves to changing conditions. They're all backing and yelling. Now, it's a shame that Geek Messiah isn't a smart crook instead of an honest fanatic. He could take in the equivalent of a couple of million souls a year off the North merchants and the equatorial zone shipowners. But it is a fact which not even can successfully deny that we've raised the general living standard of this planet by about 200%. Izzo was said. They're the nomads who hire out to the northern merchants as caravan drivers and also prey, or used to prey, on the caravans as brigands. Since our air freighters got into operation, neither caravan driving nor caravan raiding has been a paying business, and our air patrols have made caravan raiding suicidal as well. So they don't like us. The only thing they know or are willing to learn is handling these six-legged riding and pack animals we call. We employ a few of them as cavalry, and a few more of them work as the local equivalent of gauchos, and the rest just sit around and listen to sermons. Both jugs were empty. Colonel, as befitted his junior rank, picked them up, after a good-natured wrangle handed the colonel his credit key. The merchants in the north don't like us. Besides spoiling the caravan trade, we're spoiling their local business, because the landowning barons who used to deal with them are now dealing directly with us. At King's afraid his feudal nobility is going to try to force a Runnymede on him, so he's been currying favor with the urban merchants. That makes him as pro and as anti-Terran as they are. At King has the support of his barons, but he's afraid of his urban bourgeoisie, and we pay him a handsome subsidy, so he's pro-Terran and anti. At comes and goes openly, at he has a price on his head. Is not one of the assets we boast about too loudly, said, pausing on his way from the table. He's as bloody-minded an old murderer as you'd care not to meet in a dark alley anywhere. We can turn our backs on him and not expect a knife between our shoulders anyhow, said. And we can believe, up to 80% of what he tells us, and that's 60% better than any of the other native princes, except King, of course. They are the only real friends we have on this planet. He's thought for a moment. Miss Quinton, are you doing research work here, in addition to your X-Rights work? He asked. Well, let me advise you to pay some attention to the. You'll only find them treated at any length at all in that compendium of misinformation, Stanley's short history of Beta II, and 90% of what Stanley says about them is completely erroneous. Oh, but they're just a parasite race on the Terrans, Doctor. Quinton objected. You find races like that all through the explored galaxy, pathetic cultural mongrels. Both men laughed heartily. Colonel, returning with the jugs, wanted to know what he'd missed. Told him. She's been reading that thing of Stanley, he said. What's the matter with Stanley? Demanded. Stanley is one author you can depend on, assured her. If you read it in Stanley, it's wrong. You know, I don't think she's run into many. We ought to take her over and introduce her to King. Allowed himself to be smitten by an idea. By Alice, so we had. He exclaimed. Look, you're going to in the next week, aren't you? Well, do you think you could get all your end jobs cleared up here and be ready to leave by 8:00 Tuesday? That's 4 days from today. I'm sure I could. Why? Well, I'm going too myself with the armed troopship Aldebaran. We're stopping at Kingstown to pick up a battalion of rifles for duty at the polar mines, where you're going. Suppose we leave here in my command car, go to town, and wait there till the Aldebaran gets in. That would give us about 2 to 3 hours. If you think they are pathetic cultural mongrels, what you'll see there will open your eyes. And I might add that the nearest Stanley ever came to seeing town was from the air once, at a distance of 4 miles. Well, they live entirely by serving as mercenary soldiers for the company, don't they? More or less. You see, when we came to, they were barbarian brigands, had a string of forts along caravan roads and at fords and mountain passes, and levied tolls. They raided into and territory, too. Well, we had to break that up. We fought a little war with them, beat them rather badly in a couple of skirmishes, and then made a deal with them. That was before my time, when Old was Governor General. He negotiated a treaty with their king, bought their forts outright, and paid them a subsidy to compensate for loss of tolls and raid spoil, and agreed to employ the whole tribe as soldiers. We've taught them a lot, you'll see how much when you visit their town, but they aren't cultural mongrels. You'll like them. Well, General, I'll take you up, she said. But I warn you, if this is some scheme to indoctrinate me with the company's side of the case and blind me to unjust exploitation of the natives here, I don't propagandize very easily. Fair enough, as long as you don't let fear of being propagandized blind you to the good we're doing here, or impair your ability to observe and draw accurate conclusions. Just stay scientific about it, and I'll be satisfied. Now let's take time out for lubrication, he said, filling her glass and passing the jug. 2 hours and 5 cocktails later, they were still at the table, and they had taught Quinton some 20 verses of the heathen geeks. They wear no breeks, including the 4 printable ones. You can depend on it, it's wrong. Island with its blue-gray company buildings and the Terran green of the farms, and the spaceport with its ring of mooring pylons empty since the city of Pretoria had lifted out, 2 days before, for Terra was dropping away behind. Held his lighter for Quinton, then lit his own cigarette. I was rather horrified, Friday afternoon, at the way you and Colonel and Mr. were blaspheming against Stanley, she said. His book is practically the Quran for this planet. But I've been checking up since, and I find that everybody who's been here any length of time seems to deride it, and it's full of the most surprising misstatements. I'm either going to make myself famous or get burned at the stake by the extraterrestrial society after I get back to Terra. In the last 3 months, I've been really too busy with X-Rights work to do much research, but I'm beginning to think there's a great deal in Stanley's book that will have to be reconsidered. How'd you get into this, Miss Quinton? He asked. You mean, or X-Rights? Well, my father and my grandfather were both extraterrestrial anthropologists whose subjects aren't anthropomorphic, and I majored in at the University of Montevideo. And I've always been in sympathy with extraterrestrial races. One of my great-grandmothers was a. The deuce, I'd never have guessed that, as small and dark as you are. Well, another of my great-grandmothers was Japanese, she replied. The family name's French. I'm also part Spanish, part Russian, part Italian, part English, the usual modern Argentine mixture. I'm Ens too. From La Rioja over along the Sierra. My family lived there for the past 5 centuries. They came to the Argentine in the year 3 atomic era. On account of the bust-up. Yes. I believe the first one, also a general, was what was then known as a war criminal. That makes us partners in crime then, she laughed. The Quintons had to leave France about the same time. They were what was known as collaborationists. That's probably why the Southern Hemisphere managed to stay out of the Third and Fourth World Wars, he considered. It was full of the descendants of people who'd gotten the short end of the second. Do you speak the language, General? She asked. I understand it's entirely different from the other equatorial languages. Yes. That's what gives an entirely different semantic orientation. For instance, they have nothing like a subject-predicate sentence structure. That's why, Stanley to the contrary notwithstanding, they are entirely non-religious. Their language hasn't instilled in them a predisposition to think of everything as the result of an action performed by an agent. And they have no definite parts of speech. Any word can be used as any part of speech, depending on context. Tense is applied to words used as nouns, not words used as verbs. There are 4 tenses: spatial, temporal, present, things here and now, spatial, present, and temporal, remote, things which were here at some other time, spatial, remote, and temporal, present, things existing now somewhere else, and spatial, temporal, remote, things somewhere else some other time. Why, it's a wonder they haven't developed a theory of relativity. They have. It resembles ours about the way the Wright brothers' airplane resembles this, but I was explaining the Keene theory and the older theory to King once, and it was beautiful to watch how he picked it up. Half the time, he was a jump ahead of me. They began losing altitude and speed as they came in over swamp. The treetops below blended into a level plain of yellow-green, pierced by glints of stagnant water underneath and broken by an occasional low hillock, sometimes topped by a stockaded village. Those are the swamp savages' homes, he told her. Most of what you find in Stanley about them is fairly accurate. He spent a lot of time among them. He never seems to have realized, though, that they are living now as they have ever since the first appearance of intelligent life on this planet. You mean they're the real Aboriginal people of? They and the Geel cannibals, whom we are doing our best to exterminate, he replied. You see, at one time the dominant type of mobile land life was the thing we call a big thing, running from 5 to 15 tons, plated all over with silicate shell, till it looked like a 6-legged pine cone. Some were herbivores and some were carnivores. There are a few left, in remote places, quite a few in the southern hemisphere, which we haven't explored very much. They were a satisfied life form. Outside of a volcano or an earthquake or an avalanche, nothing could hurt but a bigger. Finally, of course, they grew beyond their sustenance limit, but in the meantime, some of them began specializing on mobility instead of armor and began excreting waste matter instead of turning it to shell. Some of these new species got rid of their shell entirely. Is descended from one of these. They were still a serious menace, though. The ancestors of the present, the proto-geeks, when they were at about the Java ape-man stage of development, took 2 divergent courses to escape the. Some of them took to the swamps, where they would sink if they tried to follow. Those savages down there are still living in the same manner, they never progressed. Others encountered problems of survival, which had to be overcome by invention. They progressed to barbarism, like the people of the fishing villages, and some of them progressed to civilization, like thee and the. Then there were others who took to the high rocks where they couldn't climb. The Geels are the primitive, original example of that. Most of the North civilizations developed from mountaineer savages, and so did thee and the other northern plains nomads. Well, how about the asked which were they? Was scanning the horizon ahead. He pulled over a pair of 50-power binoculars on a swinging arm and put them where she could use them. Right ahead there, just a little to the left. See that brown-gray spot on the landward edge of the swamp? That's Kingstown. It's been there for thousands of years, and it's always been town. You might say even the same. The kings have always provided their own heirs by self-fertilization. That's a complicated process involving simultaneous male and female masturbation, but the offspring is an exact duplicate of the single parent. The present speaks of his heir as little me, which is a fairly accurate way of putting it. He knew what she was seeing through the glasses, a massive butte of flint jutting out into the swamp on the end of a sharp ridge, with a city on top of it. All the buildings were multi-storied, some piling upward from the top and some clinging to the sides. The high watchtower at the front now carried a telecast director, aimed at an automatic relay station on an unmanned orbiter 2,000 miles off-planet. They're either swamp people who moved up onto that rock, or they're mountaineers who came out that far along the ridge and stopped, she said. Wedge. Nobody's ever tried to find out. Maybe if you stay on long enough, you can. That ought to be good for about 8 to 10 honorary doctorates. And maybe 100 souls a year in book royalties. Maybe I'll just do that, General, what's that, on the little island over there? She asked, shifting the glasses. A clump of flat-roofed buildings. Under a red and yellow danger flag. That's Dynamite Island, they have an explosives plant there. They make like all the thalassic peoples, they also make TNT and propellants. Learned that from us, of course. They also manufacture most of their own firearms, some of them pretty extreme up to 25 and for shoulder rifles. Don't ever fire one, it'd break every bone in your body. Are they that much stronger than us? He shook his head. Just denser, heavier. They're about equal to us in weightlifting. They can't run or jump as well as we can. We often come out here for games with where the geeks can't watch us. And that reminds me you're right about that being a term of derogation, because I don't believe I've ever knowingly spoken of it as a geek, and in fact they've picked up the word from us and apply it to all non. But as I was saying, our baseball team has to give theirs a handicap, but their football team can beat the daylights out of ours. In a tug-of-war, we have to put 2 men on our end for every one of theirs. But they don't even try to play tennis with us. Don't the other natives make their own firearms? No, and we're not going to teach them how. The thalassic peoples here in the equatorial zone are fairly good empirical, teaspoon measure chemists. Well, no, alchemists. They found out how to make and use it for blasting and for bombs and mines, and they screw little capsules of it on the ends of their arrows. Most of their chemistry, such as it is, was learned in trying to prevent organic materials like wood from petrifying. Up in the north, where it gets cold, they learned a lot about metallurgy and ceramics, and about forced draft pneumatics, from having to keep fires going all winter to thaw frozen food. They make air rifles to shoot metal darts. They came in, circling slowly over the town on the big rock, and let down on the roof of the castle-like building from which the watchtower rose. There were a dozen or so individuals waiting for them, the 5 Terrans, 3 men and 2 women, from the telecast station and the rest. One of these, dark-skinned but with speckles no darker than light amber, armed only with a heavy dagger, came over and clapped on the shoulder, grinning. Greetings. He squawked in then, seeing, switched over to the customary language of the sea country. It makes happiness to see you. How long will you stay with us? Till the Aldebaran gets in from to pick up the rifles, replied in lingua terra. He looked at his watch. 2 hours and a half, this is Quinton, King. He took out his geek speaker and crammed it into his mouth. Before any other race on, that would have been the most shocking sort of bad manners, without the token concealment of the handkerchief. Took it as a matter of course. At some length explained the nature of his work, her connection with the Extraterrestrials Rights Association, and her intention of going to the Arctic mines. Nodded. You were right, he said. I wouldn't have understood all that in your language. If I had read it, maybe, but not if I heard it. He put his upper right hand on shoulder and uttered a clicking approximation of her name. I make you one of us, he told her. You must come back after the work stops at the mines. If you want to learn about my people, I'll show you what you want to see and tell you what you want to know. But why not stay here? Why bother about those geeks at the mines? The company treats them much better than they deserve. Stay here with us, we will make you happy to be with us. Replied slowly, I thank, but I must go. Those on Terra who sent me here want me to learn for myself how the workers at the mines are treated. But I will come back in 150 days. His opal-jeweled grin widened. Good. We'll be waiting for you. He turned and introduced another, about his own age, who wore the equipment and insignia of a company native major and was freshly painted with the company emblem. This is. He and I have born young to each other. You watch over Quentin. He managed on the second try to make it more or less recognizable. Bring her back safe. Or else find yourself a good place to hide. Introduce the rest of his people and introduce the Terrans from the telecast station. Then looked at the watch he was wearing on his lower left wrist. We will have plenty of time before the ship comes to show the town, he suggested. You know better than I do what she would like to see. He led the way past a pair of long 9mm guns to a stone stairway. Explained as they went down that the guns of Kingstown were the only artillery above 75 mon in non-Terran hands. They climbed into an open machine gun carrier and strapped themselves to their seats, and for 2 hours King showed her the sights of the town. They visited the school, where young were being taught to read Lingua Terra, and studied from textbooks printed in Johannesburg and Sydney and Ayers. Showed her the repair shops, where descendants of chieftains were working on equipment, under the supervision of a Scottish Afrikaner and his Malay Portuguese wife, the small arms factory, where very respectable copies of Terran rifles and pistols and auto weapons were being turned out, the machine shop, the physics and chemistry labs, the hospital, the ammunition loading plant. The battery of 155 long toms built its own shops which covered the road up the sloping rock spine behind the city, the printing shop and the observatory with a big telescope and an ingenious orrery of the Beta system, the nuclear power plant, part of the original price for giving up brigandage. Half an hour before the ship from was due, they had arrived at the airport, where a gang of were clearing a berth for the Aldebaran. From somewhere produced 2 cold bottles of Cape Town beer for and a bowl of some boiling hot black liquid for himself. And lit cigarettes between sips of his bubbling hell brew, gnawed on the stalk of some swamp plant. Seemed as much surprised at its disregard for the eating taboo as she had been at its open flouting of the convention of concealment when he had put in his geek speaker. This is the only place on where this happens, told her. Here or in the field when Terran and soldiers are together. There aren't any taboos between us and the... No, said. We cannot eat each other's food, and because our bodies are different, we cannot be the fathers of each other's young. But we have been battle comrades, and we have learned from each other, my people more from yours than yours from mine. Before you came, my people were like children, shooting arrows at little animals on the beach, and climbing among the rocks at Dermiandaidu, and playing war with toy weapons. But we are growing up, and it will not be long before we will stand beside you, as the grown son stands beside his parent, and when that day comes, you will not be ashamed of us. It was easy to forget that had 4 arms and a rubbery, quartz-speckled skin, and a face like a lizard. I have always wished that some of your people could come to Terra to study, said. I was talking about it with Seed only a short while ago. He thinks it would be a good thing for your people and for mine. Yes. I want little me, when he's old enough to travel, to visit your world, said. And some of the other young ones. And when little me is old enough to take over the rule of our people, I would like to go to Terra myself. Someday I am going to return to Terra. I would like to have you make the trip with me, said. That would be wonderful, exclaimed. I want to see your world before I die. It must be a wonderful place. A world is what its people make it, and your people must be able to make anything of your world that you would want. We almost made a lifeless desert like the poles of Out of Our World once, told him. 400 and more years ago, we fought great wars among ourselves, with weapons such as I hope will never even be thought of on. Our whole northern hemisphere, where our greatest nations were, was devastated. Much of it is wasteland to this day. But we put an end to that folly in time. We made one nation out of all our people and swore never to commit such crimes again, and then we built the ships that took us out to the stars. But I want you to see our world and some of the other worlds that we have visited. I think you would like it. I know I would. And with you to tell me what the things I would see meant, was silent for a moment. Then he spoke again, changing the subject abruptly. I hope will pardon me, but is the kind of Terran that bears young. That's right. I never bore any yet, but that's the kind of Terran I am. I like, said. She has come all the way from Terra to help us, and to learn about us. Of course the don't need that kind of help, and the geeks, who would stick a knife in her as soon as she turned her back on them, don't deserve it. But she wants to learn about us, just as I want to learn about Terra. Why don't you and have young? He asked. I think that would be fine. Then little and little me could be friends, long after the three of us are dead and gone. V.I. The bad news came after the coffee. The last clatter of silverware and dishes ceased as the native servants finished clearing the table. There was a remaining clatter of cups and saucers, liqueur glasses tinkled, and an occasional cigarette lighter clicked. At the head table, the voices seemed louder. Don't like it a sworth, Brigadier General Barney, the military CO, was saying to the lady on his right. They're too confounded meek. Nowadays, nobody yells. At you. Nobody sticks all four thumbs in his mouth and waves his fingers. Nobody commits nuisance on the sidewalk in front of you. They just stand and look at you like a farmer looking at a turkey the week before Christmas, and that I don't like. Oh, bosh! The resident agent at the head of the table exclaimed. You soldiers are all alike, begging your pardon, General, he nodded in the direction of the guest of honor. If they don't bow and scrape to you and get off the sidewalk to let you pass, you say they're insolent and need a lesson. If they do, you say they're plotting insurrection. What I said, repeated, was that I expect a certain amount of disorder and a certain minimum show of hostility toward us from some of these geeks, to conform to what I know to be our unpopularity with many of them. When I don't find it, I want to know why. I'm inclined, came to his subordinate's support, to agree. This sudden absence of overt hostility is disquieting. Colonel Lay, he called on the local intelligence officer and constabulary chief. This fellow was here about a month ago. Was there any noticeable disorder at that time? Anti-Terran demonstrations, attacks on company property or personnel, shooting at, that sort of thing. No more than usual, General. In fact, it was when came here that the condition General was speaking of began to become conspicuous. We did catch some of his disciples trying to get in among the enlisted men of the 10th NUNI and the 5th Cavalry and promote disaffection. That was reported at the time, sir, and acted upon as far as the civil administration would permit, replied. And I might say that Lieutenant Governor has reported from, where he is now, that the same unnatural absence of hostility exists there. Well, of course, General, said patronizingly. King has things under pretty tight control at. He'd not allow a few fanatics to do anything to prejudice these spaceport negotiations. I wonder if the idea back of that spaceport proposition isn't to get us concentrated at, where could wipe us all out in one surprise blow, somebody down the table suggested. Oh, wouldn't be crazy enough to try anything like that, Commander Dirk of the Aldebaran declared. He'd get away with it for just 12 months the time it would take to get the news to Terra, and for a Federation Space Navy task force to get here. And then there'd be little bits of radioactive geek floating around this system, as far out as the orbit of Beta VII. That's quite true, agreed. The point is, does know it. I doubt if he even believes there is a Terra. Then where in space does he think we come from? Demanded. I believe he thinks Niflheim is our home world, replied. Or rather, the string of orbiters and artificial satellites around Niflheim. Where he thinks Niflheim is, I wouldn't even try to guess. Well, it takes 6 months for a ship to go between here and considered. Because of the hyperdrive effects, the experience time of the voyage inside the ship is of the order of 3 weeks. Taking that as the figure, he'd estimate the distance at about 250,000 miles, assuming the velocity as being the speed of one of our ships here on. I'm assuming he doesn't even know there is a hyperdrive. Yes. After he'd wiped us out, he might even consider the idea of an invasion of Niflheim with captured ships, chuckled. That would be a big laugh if any of us were alive then to do any laughing. You don't really believe that, General? I asked. His tone was still derisive, but under the derision was uncertainty. After all, had been on for 15 years to his 2. Any question of geek psychology is wide open as far as I'm concerned. The longer I stay here, the less I understand it. Finished his brandy and got out cigarette case and lighter. I have an idea of the sort of garbled reports these spies of his who spend a year on Niflheim as laborers bring back. You know the line's been taking, of course, Colonel Lee put in. He as much as says that Niflheim's our home, and that the farms where we raise food here, and those evergreen plantings on Isthmus and between here and Grank, are the beginning of an attempt to drive all native life from this planet and make it over for ourselves. And that savage didn't think an idea like that up for himself. He got it from somebody like, the black-bearded brigadier general added. You know, the main base off Niflheim is practically self-supporting, with hydroponic gardens and animal tissue culture vats. And it's enough bigger than one of the city ships to pass for a little world. Yes, somebody like or King here could easily pick up the idea that that's our home planet. But King was talking about, Quentin began. We were speaking of geeks, not. Lit his cigarette and held his lighter for hers. You saw that big beta orrery at Subservatory. Well, there's quite a little story about that. You know, it's generally realized by the natives here that is a globe. The North have ridden all the way around it, on back, in the high latitudes, and the thalassic peoples at the equator have sailed all the 5 equatorial seas and portaged all the isthmuses between. But of course is the center of the universe. The sun travels around it on a rather complicated double spiral track. As a theory, it explains most of what they're able to observe, and any minor effects that don't conform to it are just ignored. They have a model, a most ingenious affair run by clockwork at the University of, to show the apparent movement and position of beta in the sky. It does so fairly accurately. Well, some of our astronomers constructed this orrery and exhibited it to a gathering of the leading native scholars, who are also the high priests of the local religion. Sort of combined Academy of Arts and Sciences and College of Cardinals. They almost were massacred. As soon as the assembled pundits saw this thing and grasped its meaning, they began geeking and yorking and squawking and brandishing knives. It was blasphemous and sacrilegious and undermined the faith and invalidated the whole logic system. I was brigadier general in command of military district than the post them has now. When I got a riot call from the university, I hustled around with a company of, and we cleared the hall with the bayonet and ran the reverend professors out onto the campus. And after we got things in hand, they crowded around the orrery, trying to set it up to show the existing position of the planet relative to the primary and figure out the theory back of it. They were very much interested. Some of them must have sent word home about it because came in on the next ship wanting to see it. He was so much taken with it that Seed gave it to him. It's one of his most cherished possessions, but the pundits bite all 4 thumbs and wave their fingers every time they think of it. He warmed his coffee from a controlled temperature pot. You can't use thinking on any subject as a criterion of what somebody like's opinions will be. I never could understand the admiration some of you military people have for those cutthroats, declared. Oh yes, I can. You like them because they do your dirty work for you. He reads Stanley too, I'll bet, said. Miss Quinton, how did you like your visit to town? Still think they are cultural mongrels. Why, they're wonderful. I never expected anything like it. They just seem to have picked up everything they could from us, and then gone on from there to develop a culture of their own with our techniques. For instance, those big guns, the ones they call the Ridge Battery, that they built for themselves. They aren't copies of Terran guns. They don't look like our work, or give you the feel our work would. And that telescope at the observatory, she continued. Did they build that too? Yes, all we furnished was a couple of textbooks on lens grinding and telescope design, and a book on optics. You see, when we made that deal with them, they realized that we weren't any better fighters than they were, we just had better weapons. To have the same kind of weapons, they'd have to learn to make them, and once they began studying technology, they found that they had to study science. Weapon making was the entering wedge. After that, they found that they could use the same skills to make anything else they wanted. Give them another century or so, and they'll be one of the great races of the galaxy. Yes, and it's a good thing they're our friends, too, added. I'm only sorry there are so few of them, and so many of the geeks. Yes, the company ought to let us stockpile nuclear weapons here, just to be on the safe side, another officer farther down the table said. Well, I'm not exactly in favor of that, replied. It's the same principle as not allowing guards who have to go in among the convicts to carry firearms. If somebody got hold of a nuclear bomb, even a little old first-century H-bomb, he could use it for a model and construct 100 like it, with all the plutonium we've been handing out for power reactors. And there are too few of us, and we're concentrated in too few places to last long if that happened. What this planet needs, though, is a visit by a 50-odd ship task force of the Space Navy, just to show the geeks what we have back of us. After a show like that, there'd be a lot less around here. General, I deplore that sort of talk, said. I hear too much of this mailed fist-and-rattling saber stuff from some of the junior officers here, without your giving countenance and encouragement to it. We're here to earn dividends for the stockholders of the company, and we can only do that by gaining the friendship, respect, and confidence of the natives. Mr. Quinton spoke up. I doubt if even you would seriously accuse the extraterrestrials, Rights Association, of favoring what you call a mailed fist-and-rattling saber policy. We've done everything in our power to help these people, and if anybody should have their friendship, we should. Well, only 5 days ago, Mr. and I were attacked by a mob, our native driver was murdered, and if it hadn't been for General and his soldiers, we'd have lost our own lives. Mr. is still hospitalized as a result of injuries he received. It seems that General and his aren't trying to get friendship and confidence. They're willing to settle for respect, in the only way they can get it by hitting harder and quicker than the geeks can. Somebody down the table, one of the military, of course said, "Hear, hear." Came as close as a man wearing a monocle can to winking at. Good girl, he thought, she started playing on the army team. Well, of course, began. Then he stopped as a Terran sergeant came up to the table and bent over Barney's shoulder, whispering urgently. The black-bearded brigadier rose immediately, taking his belt from the back of his chair and putting it on. Motioning the sergeant to accompany him, he spoke briefly to, and then came around the table to where sat the resident agent accompanying him. Message just came in from General, he said softly. Saeed's dead. It took all of a second to grasp what had been said. Good God. When? How? Here's all we know, sir, the sergeant said, giving him a slip. Came in 10 minutes ago. It was an all-station priority telecast. Governor General had died suddenly in his room at 22:10. There were no details. He glanced at his watch. It was 22:43. And we're in the same time zone. That was fast work. He handed the slip to who gave it to. You from the telecast station, Sergeant. He asked. All right, let's go. Wait a minute, General. Put out a hand to detain him as he took his belt and put it on. How about this? He gestured nervously with the slip. Get up and make an announcement now. told him, fastening the buckle and hitching his pistol and survival kit into place. It'll be out all over the planet in half an hour. Never hold news out unnecessarily. He stubbed out his cigarette. Come on, Sergeant. As he hurried from the banquet room, he could hear tapping on his. Everybody, please. Let me have your attention. There has just come in a piece of the most tragic news. VII. Bismillah. How dumb can we get? The lights had come on inside the semicircular and now open storm porch of Company House, but it was still daylight outside. The sky above the mountain to the west was fading from crimson to burnt orange, and a couple of the brighter stars were winking into visibility. And the sergeant hurried 100 yards down the street between low, thick-walled office buildings to the telecast station, next to the administration building. A woman captain met him just inside the door of the big soundproofed room. We have a wavelength open to General, she said. In booth 3. He nodded. Thank you, Captain. We've all lost a true friend, haven't we? Another girl, a tech sergeant, was in the booth. On the screen was the image of a third young woman, a lieutenant, at station. The sergeant rose and started to leave the booth. Stick around, Sergeant, told her. I'll want you to take over when I'm through. He sat down in front of the combination and pickup. Now, Lieutenant, just what happened? He asked. How did he die? We think it was poison, General. General has ordered autopsy and chemical analysis. If you can wait about 10 minutes, he'll be able to talk to you himself. Call him. In the meantime, give me everything you know. Well, the governor decided to go to bed early. He was going hunting in the morning. I suppose you know his usual routine. Nodded. Would have taken a shower, put on his dressing gown, and then sat down at his desk, lighted his pipe, poured a drink of Terran bourbon, and begun to write his diary. Well, at 22:10, give or take a couple of minutes, the guard sergeant on that floor heard 10 pistol shots, as fast as they could be fired semi-auto, in the governor's room. The door was locked, but he shot it off with his own pistol and went in. He found Governor on the floor, wearing only his gown, holding an empty pistol. He was in convulsions, frothing at the mouth in horrible pain. Evidently he'd fired his pistol, which he kept on his desk, to call help. All the bullets had gone into the ceiling. The sergeant punched the emergency button beside the bed and reported, then tried to help the governor, but it was too late. One of the medics got there in 5 minutes, just as he was dying. He'd written his diary up to noon of today and broken off in the middle of a word. There was a bottle and an overturned glass on his desk. The constabulary got there a few minutes later, and then Brigadier General took charge. A white rat, given 15 drops from the whiskey bottle, died with the same symptoms in about 90 seconds. Who had access to the whiskey bottle? A geek servant who takes care of the room. He was caught an hour earlier, trying to slip off the island without a pass. They were holding him at the guardhouse when Governor died. He's now being questioned by The girl's face was bleakly remorseless. I hope they do plenty to him. I hope they don't kill him before he talks. Wait a moment, General, we have General now, the girl said. I'll switch you over. The screen broke into a kaleidoscopic jumble of color, then cleared. The chocolate-brown face of Themistocles was looking out of it. I heard what happened, how they found him, and about that geek chamber valet being arrested, said. Did you get anything out of him? He's admitted putting poison in the bottle, but he claims it was his own idea. But he's one of Father's parishioners, so... God damn, so that was it. Almost shouted. Now I know what he wanted with, and that goat and those rabbits. 5,000 miles away, Themistocles whistled. Bismillah. How dumb can we get? He cried. Of course they'd need terrestrial animals to find out what would poison a Terran. Wait a minute, I'll make a note of that to spring on this geek, if they haven't finished him by now. Watched pick up and whisper into it for a moment. All right, Carlos, what else? Has been. We called, but he's in audience with King, and we can't reach him. Well, who's in charge at now? Not much of anybody. The fiscal secretary and Hans, the banking cartel's lawyer, and the personnel chief, and the commercial secretary have made up a sort of quadrumvirate and are trying to run things. I don't know what would happen if anything came up suddenly. A blue-gray uniformed arm with a major's cuff braid came into the screen, handing a slip of paper to. He took it, glanced at it, and swore. Waited until he had read it through. Well, something has, all right, the African said. We just got a call from Palace, a revolt broken out, presumably headed by household guards either or wiped out by the mutineers, all but those 20 rifles we loaned. They and about a dozen of courtiers and their personal retainers are holding the approaches to the king's apartments. The native lieutenant in charge of the just radioed in says the situation is desperate. When says that, he means damn near hopeless. Is this being recorded? When nodded, he continued, all right. Use the recording for your authority and take charge. I'm declaring martial rule at, as of now, 2253. Tell what's happened and what you've done as soon as you can get in touch with him. I'm leaving for at once. I ought to get in by 8:00. Now as to the trouble at the palace. Don't commit more than one company of in 10 and 4 combat cars, and tell them to evacuate and his followers an hour to island. And alert your whole force. These geek palace revolutions are always synchronized with street rioting, and this thing seems to have been synchronized with Seed's death too. Get her out if you can't save anybody else from the palace, but sacrificing 30 or 40 men to save 20 is no kind of business. And keep sending reports. I can pick them up on my car radio as I come down. He turned to the girl sergeant. Keep on this, there'll be more coming in. He rose and left the booths. If we can pull Spaken off the fire, he was thinking, the company can dictate its own terms to him afterward. If's killed, we'll have's head off for it and then take over. In either case, it'll be a long step toward getting rid of all these geek despots. And with as Governor General. The girl captain in charge of the station met him as he came out. Poison, he told her. A geek servant did the job on orders from and possibly. Started a putsch against King, I'm going to at once. Call the military airport and have my command car brought to Company House. Harry and I had been at the banquet too, on a world of lizard-faced silicate eaters. The social difference between a human general and a human driver was almost infinitesimal. He'd have to talk to Barney too, when word of events got out among the local geeks, as it probably had already. The inner door of the soundproof telecast room burst open, 3 men hurried inside, and it slammed shut behind them. In the brief interval, there had been firing audible from outside. One of the men had a pistol in his right hand, and with his left arm he supported a companion, whose shoulder was mangled and dripped blood. The third man had a burp gun in his hands. All were in civilian dress shorts and light jackets. The man with the pistol holstered it and helped his injured companion into a chair. The burp gunner advanced into the room, looked around, saw, and addressed him. General, the geeks turned on us. He cried. The 10th Norths, they're running wild all over the place. They've taken their barracks and supply buildings, and the lorry hangars and the maintenance yard. They're headed this way in a mob. Some of the cavalry's joined them. How about the 18th Rifles? They're with us. I saw a party of them firing into the mob. I saw some of the 10th NUNI tossing a dead on their bayonets. Have any ammo left for that burp gun? Come on then, let's see what it's like at Company House, said. Captain, you know what to do about defending this station. Get busy doing it. And have that girl in booth 3 tell what's happened here, and say that I won't be coming down, as planned, just yet. He opened the door, and the rattle of shots outside became audible again. The civilian with the burp gun knew better than to let a general go out first. Elbowing out of the way, he crouched over his weapon and dashed outside. Drawing his pistol, followed, pulling the door shut after him. Darkness had fallen while he had been inside. Now the whole company reservation was ablaze with electric lights. Somebody at the power plant, either the regular staff, if they were still holding, or the mutineers, if they had taken it, had thrown on the emergency lights. There was a confused mass of gray-skinned figures in front of Company House, reflected light twinkling on steel over them. From the direction of the native troops barracks, more natives were coming on the run. On the roof of a building across the street, 2 machine guns were already firing into the mob. A group of Terrans came running out of a roadway between 2 buildings, from the direction of the repair shops. Several of them paused to fire behind them with pistols. They started toward Company House, saw what was going on there, and veered, darting into the door of the building from which the auto weapons were firing. From up the street, 100-odd saurian-faced native soldiers were coming at the double, bayonets fixed and rifles at high port. With them ran several Terrans. Motioning his companion to follow, ran to meet them, falling in beside a Terran captain who ran in front. "What's the score, Captain?" he asked. 10th North and the 5th Cavalry have, so have these ragtag auxiliaries. That mob down, there's part of them. He was puffing under the double effort of running and talking. Whole thing blew up in seconds, no chance to communicate with anybody. A Terran woman in black slacks and an orange sweater ran across the street in front of them, pursued by a group of enlisted men of the 10th North Native Infantry, all shrieking. The fugitive ran into a doorway across the street. Before her pursuers were aware of their danger, the had swept over them. There was no shooting. The slim, cruel-bladed bayonets did the work. From behind him, as he ran, could hear voices in a new cry, "Geek! Geek!" The mob were swarming up onto the steps and into the semi-rotunda of the storm porch. There was shooting, which told him that some of the humans who had been at the banquet were still alive. He wondered, half-sick, how many, and whether they could hold out till he could clear the doorway, and most of all, he found himself thinking of Quentin. Skidding to a stop within 50 yards of the mob, he flung out his arms crucifix-wise to halt the. Behind, he could hear the Terrans and native officers shouting commands to form front. "Give them 1 clip, reload, and then give them the bayonet," he ordered. "Shove them off the steps and then clear the porch. 1 clips, fire and reload at will." Somebody passed it on in. The 100 rifles let go all at once, and for 5 seconds they poured a deafening 2,000 rounds into the mutineers. There was some fire in reply. A corporal narrowly missed him with a pistol. He saw the captain's head fly apart when an explosive rifle bullet hit him, and half a dozen went down. "Reload! Set your safeties!" bellowed. "Charge!" Under human officers, the North Native Infantry would have stood firm. Even under their native officers and sergeants, they should not have broken as they did, but the best of these had paid for their loyalty to the company with their lives, and the rest had destroyed their authority by revolting against the source from which it was derived. At that, the peasantry who made up the 10th Infantry and the tried briefly to fight as individuals, shrieking, until they were upon them, stabbing and shooting. They drove the rioters from the steps or killed them there. They wiped out those who had gotten into the semicircle of the storm porch. The inside doors were open, but beyond them were Terrans and a dozen or so. And Barney seemed to be in command of these. "We had about 30 seconds warning," reported, and the in the hall bought us another 60 seconds. Of course, we all had our pistols. "Hey, these storm doors are wedged. Somebody discovered. Those geek servants." "Yeah, kill any of them you catch," somebody else advised. "If we could have gotten these doors closed." The mob, driven from the steps, was trying to reform and renew the attack. From up the street, the machine guns, silent during the bayonet fight, began hammering again. The mob surged forward to get out of their fire and were met by a rifle blast and a hedge of bayonets at the steps. They surged back, and the machine guns flailed them again. They started to rush the building from whence the automatic fire came, and there was a fusillade and a shriek of "Geek!" from up the street. They turned and fled in the direction from whence they had come, bullets scourging them from 3 directions at once. For a moment, and the 3 Terrans and 80-odd who had survived the fight stood on the steps, weapons poised, seeking more enemies. The machine guns up the street stuttered a few short bursts and were silent. From behind, the beleaguered Terrans and their guards were emerging. He saw and his wife, commander of the Aldebaran, Harry, and there she was. He heaved a breath of relief and waved to her. They were already setting about their after-battle chores. About 20 of them spread out on guard. The others, by fours, went into the street, one covering with his rifle while the other 3 checked on their own casualties, used the short, leaf-shaped swords they carried to slash off the heads of enemy wounded, and collected weapons and ammunition. A couple of hundred more, led by Native Major, the co-parent of Young with King, came up at the double and stopped in front of Company House. "We were in quarters aboard the Aldebaran and at the airport," reported. "We were attacked 15 minutes ago by a mob. We took 10 minutes beating them off and 5 more getting here. I sent Native Captain and the rest of the force to retake the supply depot and the shops and lorry hangars, which had been taken, and relieve the military airport, which is under attack. There was still firing from the commercial airport and the smaller military airfield. Once there was a string of heavy explosions that sounded like AIM rockets. Good enough. I hope you didn't spread yourself out too thin. What's the situation at the commercial airport?" "The 2 ships, the Aldebaran and the freighter Northern Star, are both safe," replied. "I saw them go on and rise to about 100 feet. Whose crowd is that you have?" He asked the Terran lieutenant, who had taken over command of the first force of Company 6, 18th Rifles, sir. We were on duty at the guardhouse. Fighting broke out in the direction of the native barracks. A couple of runners from Captain of Company 4 came in with word that he was being attacked by mutineers from the 10th NUNI, but that he was holding them back. So Captain, who was killed a few minutes ago, left a Terran lieutenant and a native lieutenant and a couple of native sergeants and 30 to hold the guardhouse, and brought the rest of us here." Nodded. "You'd pass the military airport and the power plant, wouldn't you?" he asked. "Yes, sir. The military airport's holding out, and I saw the red and yellow danger lights on the fence around the power plant. That meant the power plant was, for the time, safe, turned 20,000 volts into the fence. All right. I'm setting up my command post at the telecast station, where the communication equipment is." He turned to the crowd that had come out onto the porch from inside. "Where's Colonel Lay?" "Here, General." The intelligence and constabulary officer pushed through the crowd. "I was on the phone talking to the military airport, the commercial airport, ordnance depot, spaceport, ship docks, and power plant." "All answer." "I'm afraid Pop at the city power plant is done for. Nobody answers there, but the TV pickup is still on in the load dispatcher's room, and the place is full of geeks. Colonel's coming here with a lorry to get combat car crews. He's short-handed. Port captain has all the native labor at the airport, and spaceport herded into a repair dock. He's keeping them covered with the forward 90 gun of the Northern Star. Lorry hangars, repair shops, and maintenance yards don't answer." "That's what I was going to ask you." "Good enough." "Harry," his command car crew front and centered. "I want you to take Colonel up as soon as my car, brought here hid, you go up and see what's going on. Drop flares where there isn't any light. And take a look at the native labor camp and the equipment park south of the reservation. You take all your gang and half these soldiers from the 18th here and help clear the native troops' barracks. And don't bother taking any prisoners. We can't spare personnel to guard them." Grinned. The taking of prisoners had always been one of those irrational Terran customs which no regarded with favor or even comprehension. VIII. Authority of Governor General. There was fresh intelligence from, by the time he returned to the telecast station. Mutiny had broken out there among the laborers and native troops, who outnumbered the Terrans and their mercenaries on island by 5,000 to 500 and 1,500 respectively. The attempt to relieve Palace had been called off before the relief force could be sent. There was heavy and confused fighting all over the island, and most of the combat, and about half the rifles had to be committed to defend the company farms across the channel, on the mainland, south of the city. There had also been an urgent call for help from Colonel Mack, in command of company troops at the Residency, and another from the Residency at one of the free cities on the eastern shore of sea. He called a girl, apparently one of the civilian telecast technicians, answered. "We must have help, General," she told him. "The native troops, all but 200, have. They have everything here except company house, docks, airport, everything. We're trying to hold out, but there are thousands of them. Our native infantry, soldiers of King's army, and townspeople. They all seem to have firearms. What happened to and your resident agent, Mr. Lang? We don't know. They were at the palace talking to King. We've tried to call the palace, but we can't get through, General. We must have help." A call came in a few minutes later from 500 miles to the northeast across the mountains. The resident agent there, one Francis, reported rioting in the city and an attempted palace revolution against King, and that the Residency was under attack. By way of variety, it was the army of King that had. The 6th North Native Infantry and the 2 companies of cavalry were still loyal, along with the. There was a pattern to all this. Stood staring at the big map on the wall showing the sea area at the equatorial zone and the country north of it to the pole, the area occupied by the company. He was almost beginning to discern the underlying logic of the past half-hour's events when the resident blundered into him in a half-daze. "Sorry, General, didn't see you." His face was ashen and his jowls sagged. Wondered if there could be another spectacle so woebegone as a backslapping extrovert with the bottom knocked out of him. My God, it's happening all over. Not just here everywhere where we have a residency or a trading station. Why, it's the end of all of us. It's not quite that bad, Mr. He looked at his watch. It was now nearly an hour since the native troops here had. Insurrections like this usually succeeded or failed in the first hour. It was a little early to be certain, but he was beginning to suspect that this one hadn't succeeded. "If we all do our part, we'll come out of it all right," he told, more cheerfully than he felt, then turned to ask Brigadier General how the fighting was going at the native troops' barracks. "Not badly, General. Colonel's got some up and working. They blew out all 4 of the 10th NUNI's barracks. The 10th and the are trying to defend the cavalry barracks. Some of our managed to slip around behind the cavalry stables. They're leading out and sniping at the rear of the cavalry barracks. That'll give us some cavalry of our own. A lot of these are good riders. How about the repair shops and maintenance yard and lorry hangars? I don't want these geeks getting hold of that equipment and using it against us. This outfit are trying to take back the lorry hangars. It's got a couple of in a combat car helping them. Won't be one of us left by this time tomorrow," was wailing to Quinton and another woman. "And the company is finished. We'd better get him a drink or a cup of coffee," General suggested. "With a knockout drop in it." Colonel Lay, the intelligence officer, seemed to have somewhat the same idea. He approached and tried to quiet him. At the same time, a woman in black slacks and an orange sweater, the one whose pursuers had been overrun by at the beginning of the fighting, approached. "General King's calling," she said. "He's on the screen in booth 4. "Right." To avoid any possibility of misunderstanding, he slipped his geek speaker into his mouth before entering the booth. His face was looking out of the screen at him, with Phil, the telecast operator at town, standing behind him. The spoke almost as though in physical pain. "What can I do to help? I have 20,000 of my people here who are capable of bearing arms, all with firearms, but I have transport for only 500. Where shall I send them?" Thought quickly. Was finished, the Residency stood in the middle of the city, surrounded by 200,000 of King's troops and subjects. Since we're bisexual, the total population, less the senile, crippled, and very young, was the military potential. Sending's 500 warriors, and his meager, there would be the same as shoveling them into a furnace. The people would have to be written off, like the 20 at's palace. Send them too, he decided. Them's in command there, he'll need help to hold the company farms. Maybe he can find additional transport for you. I'll call him. I'll send off what force I can at once, promised. How does it go with you at? We're holding so far, he replied. Is with me here, she sends her friendship. Captain, the woman officer in charge of the station, put her head into the booth. General, immediate urgency message from Colonel, she said. Native laborers from the mine labor camp are pouring into the mine equipment park. Colonel's used all his rockets and MG ammunition trying to stop them. Call you back later, told. I'll see what them can do about transport, get what force you can started for at once. He left the booth, removing his GEC speaker. Barney, he called. General, who's the ranking officer in direct contact with the 18th Rifles? Major, that's right. Well, tell him to get as many of his as he can spare down to the equipment park. He turned to, you call, tell him what reported, and tell him to get cracking on it. Tell him not to let those geeks get any of that equipment onto, knock it down as fast as they try to lift out with it. And tell him to see what he can do in the way of troop carriers or lorries to get rifles to the equipment park, house business at the lorry hangars and maintenance yard. Still working on that, the girl captain told him. Nothing definite yet. In one corner of the big room, somebody had thumbtacked a 10-foot square map of the company area to the floor. Quinton and Mrs. were on their knees beside it, pushing out handfuls of little pink and white pills that somebody had brought in 2 bottles from the dispensary across the road, each using a bridge. The girl in the orange sweater had a handful of scribbled notes and was telling them where to push the pills. There were other objects on the map, 2 pistol cartridges and cigarettes and foil-wrapped food concentrate wafers. Sighing him straightened. The pink are ours, General, she said. The white are the geeks. Suppressed a grin. That was the second time he'd heard her use that word this evening. The cigarettes are, the cartridges are combat cars, and the wafers are lorries or troop carriers. Not exactly regulation map markers, but I've seen stranger things used, Captain. Yes, sir. The girl captain, rushing past, her hands full of sheets, stopped in mid-stride. What we need, he told her, is a big TV screen and a pickup mounted on some sort of a vehicle at about 2,000 to 5,000 feet directly overhead to give us an image of the whole area. Can do. Can try, sir. We have an 8-foot circular screen that ought to do all right for 2,000 feet. I'll implement that at once. Going into a temporarily idle telecast booth, he called. First he spoke to a civilian who chewed a dead cigar, and then he got Themistocles on the screen. How is it now? He asked. Getting a little better, the African replied. Half an hour ago we were shooting geeks out the windows here. Now we have them contained between the spaceport and the native troops and labor barracks, and down the east side of the island to the farms. We have the wire around the farms on the island electrified, and we're using almost all our combat to keep the farms on the mainland clear. He hesitated for a moment. Did you hear about and shook his head? We just got a call from Mac. He took a couple of prisoners and made them talk. The whole party that were at's palace were massacred. Some of them were lucky enough to get killed fighting. The geeks took and alive, rolled them in a puddle of fuel and set fire to them. When we can spare we're going to drop something on the geek embassy over in town. Well, that was what I wanted to call you about. He told about King's offer. His crowd ought to be coming in a couple of hours. What can you scrape up to send to town to airlift in? Well, we have 350-foot gun cutters, 190 gun apiece. There's the Gaucho and the Bushranger. But they're not much as transports, and we need them here pretty badly. Then we have 5 fertilizer and charcoal scows, and a lot of heavy transport lorries and 2 180-foot pickup boats. How about the pilots? Asked. She was due in from the east about 1300 today, was she? Swore. She got in all right. But the geeks boarded her at the dock within 20 minutes after things started. They tried to lift out with her, and the Channel battery shot her down into Channel off the 56th Street docks. Well, you couldn't let the geeks have her to use against us. What do you hear from the other ships? Procyon's at Grank. We haven't had any reports of any kind from there, which doesn't look so good. The Northern Lights is at Grank, too. The should have been in the east when the gun went off. And the Smuts, and though we're both we can assume has both of them. All right. I'm sending Aldebaran to pick up more reinforcements for you. We can use them. And with Aldebaran, we ought to be able to take the offensive against the city by this time tomorrow. Anything else? Not at the moment. I'll see about getting Aldebaran sent off now. Leaving the booth, he heard, above the clatter of communications machines and hubbub of voices, arguing contentiously. Evidently, Colonel Lee's efforts to drag the resident out of his despondency had been an excessive success. But it's crazy. Not just here, everywhere on. Was saying, how did they do it? They have no telecast equipment. You have me stopped, was replying. I know a lot of rich geeks have receiving sets, but no sending sets. The pattern that had been tantalizing took visible shape in his mind. For a moment, he shelved the matter of the Aldebaran. They didn't need sending equipment, Barney, he said. They used ours. What do you mean? Challenged. Look what happened. Said was poisoned in. The news, of course, was sent out at once, as the geeks knew it would be, to every residency and trading station on, and that was the signal they'd agreed upon, probably months in advance. All they had to do was have that geek servant put poison in whiskey, and we did the rest. Well, what was our intelligence doing sleeping? Demanded angrily. No, they were writing reports for your civil administration blokes to stuff in the wastebasket, and being called mailed fist-and-rattling saber alarmists for their pains. He turned away from Barney where Dirk, aboard his ship. He hitched a ride to the airport with, when he was here picking up air crews. Call him. Tell him to take the Aldebaran to town at once. As soon as he arrives there, which ought to be about 11:00, he's to pick up all that he can pack aboard and take them to. From then on, he'll be under them's orders. Fairly howled. Are you nuts? Don't you think we need reinforcements here, too? Yes, I do. I'm going to try to get them, told him. Now pipe down and get out of people's way. He crossed the room to where a male sergeant, and the ubiquitous girl in the orange sweater were struggling to get a big circular TV screen up, then turned to look at the situation map. A girl tech sergeant was keeping Quinton and Mrs. informed. Start pushing geeks out of the 5th Cavalry Barracks, the sergeant was saying. The one at the north end and the one next to it, they're both on fire now. She tossed a slip into the wastebasket beside her and glanced at the next slip. And more pink pills back of the barracks and stables, and moved them a little to the northwest, as skirmishers to intercept geeks trying to slip away from the cavalry barracks. Though why we want to do that, I don't know, Mrs. said, pushing out a handful of pink pills with her bridge. Let them go and good riddance. I never did like this bridge of silver for a fleeing enemy idea, Quinton said, evicting token mutineers from the 2 northern barracks. There's usually two-way traffic on bridges. Kill them here and we won't have to worry about keeping them out. Of course, it was easy to be bloodthirsty about pink pills and white pills. Once on a 3-month reaction drive voyage from Toloki, he had taught a couple of professors of extraterrestrial zoology to play Kriegspiel, and before the end of the trip, he was being horrified by the callous disregard they showed for casualties. But Little had the right idea: dead enemies don't hit back. A young with his lower left arm in a sling and a daub of antiseptic plaster over the back of his head came up and gave him a slip. Guido, the resident agent at Grank, had reported at last. The city, he said, was quiet, but King's troops had seized the company airport and docks, taken the Procyon and the Northern Lights and put guards aboard them, and were surrounding the residency. He wanted to know what to do. Managed to get him on the screen after a while. It looks as though trying to play both sides at once, he told the Grank resident. If the rebellion's put down, he'll come forward as your friend and protector. If we're wiped out elsewhere, he'll yell. And swamp you. Don't antagonize him. We can't afford to fight this war on any more fronts than we are now. We'll try to do something to get you unfrozen before long. He called again. A girl with red gold hair and a dusting of freckles across her nose answered. How are you making out? He asked. So far, fine, General. We're in complete control of the company area, and all our native troops, not just are with us. Push the mutineers out of his palace, and we're keeping open a couple of streets between there and here. We airlifted all our and half the 6th NUNI to the palace, and we have the patrolling the streets on. Now we have our lorries and troop carriers out picking up elements of loyal troops outside town. Who's doing the rioting then? She named 3 of regiments. And the city hoodlums and priests from the temples of one sect that followed and 5th columnists. Mister, can give you the details. Shall I call him? Never mind. He's probably busy. He's not as easy on the eyes as you are, and you're doing all right. How long do you think it'd take, with the equipment you have, to airlift all of loyal troops into the city? Not before this time tomorrow. All right. Are you in radio communication with now? Full telecast audio-visual, the girl replied. Just a minute, General. He put in his geek speaker. The screen exploded into multicolored light, then cleared. Within a few minutes, a saurian face was looking out of it at him, a harsh-lined, elderly face, with an old scar, quartz-crusted, along one side. Your Majesty greeted him. Pronounced something intended to correspond to his name. We have image met under sad circumstances, General, he said. Sad for both of us, King, we must help one another. I am told that your soldiers have risen against you, and that your loyal troops are far from the city. Yes. That was the work of my war minister, who was in the pay of King of May Giles devour him alive. I have his head here somewhere if you want to see it, but that will not bring my loyal soldiers to any sooner. Dead traitors' heads do not interest me, King replied, in what he estimated that the king would interpret as a tone of cold-blooded cruelty. There are too many traitors' heads still on traitors' shoulders. What regiments are loyal to you, and where are they now? Began naming regiments and locating them, all at minor provincial towns at least 100 miles from. Did his work well. I'm afraid you killed him too mercifully, said. Well, I'm sending the Northern Star too. She can only bring in 1 regiment at a trip, the way they're scattered. Which one do you want first? His mouth, until now compressed grimly, parted in a gleaming smile. He made an exclamation of pleasure, which sounded rather like a boy running along a picket fence with a stick. Good, General. Good, he cried. The first should be the regiment murderers, they all have rifles like your soldiers. Have them brought to the great square at the palace here. And then the regiment fear-makers, and the regiment corpse reapers, Let that go until the murderers are in, advised. They're you say. I'll send the Northern Star there directly. Oh, good, General. I will not soon forget this. And as soon as the work is finished here, I will send soldiers to help you There shall be a great pile of the heads of those who had part in this wickedness, both here and there. Good. Now, if you will pardon me, I'll go to give the necessary orders. As he left the booth, he saw in front of the situation map and hailed him. Harry and are getting the car re-ammoed. They dropped me off here. Want to come up with us and see the show? No, I want you to go too, as soon as Harry brings the car here again. He told what he intended doing. You'll probably have to go around ahead of the Star and alert these regiments. And as soon as things stabilize prod into airlifting troops here. You're authorized in my name to promise that he can assume political control after we've stuffed his head in the dustbin. Who always seemed to be where he wasn't wanted, heard that and fairly screamed. General, That is a political decision. You have no authority to make promises like that. That is a matter for the Governor General, at least. Well, as of now, and until a successor to Seed can be sent here from Terra, I'm Governor General, told him, mentally thanking for reminding him of the necessity for such a step. Captain, you will send out an all-station telecast immediately. Military Commander-in-Chief Carlos, being informed of the deaths of both Governor General and Lieutenant Governor, assumes the duties of Governor General as of 001 today. He turned to, "Does that satisfy you?" He asked. "No, it doesn't. You have no authority to assume a civil position of any sort, let alone the very highest position." Unbuttoned his holster and took out his authority, letting look into the muzzle of it. "Here it is," he said. "If you're wise, don't make me appeal to it." Shrugged. "I can't argue with that," he said. "But I don't fancy the company is going to be impressed by it." "The company," replied, "is 6.5 parsecs away. It takes a ship 6 months to get from here to Terra, and another 6 months to get back. A radio message takes a little over 21 years each way." He holstered the pistol again. "You were bitching about how we needed reinforcements a while ago. Well, here, where we have to reverse and use politics as an extension by other means of war. That brings up another question, General," one of subordinates said. "Can we hold out long enough for help to get here from Terra?" "By the time help could reach us from Terra," replied, "we'll either have this revolt crushed or there won't be a live Terran left on." He felt a brief sadistic pleasure as he watched his face sag in horror. "What do you think will live on for a year?" he asked. "On this planet, there's not more than a 3 months supply of any sort of food a human can eat. And the ships that'll be coming in, until word of our plight can get to Terra, won't bring enough to keep us going. We need the farms and livestock and the animal tissue culture plant at, and the farms at and on the plateau back of, and we need peace and native labor to work them." Nobody seemed to have anything to say after that for a while. Then suggested that the next ship was due in from Niflheim in 3 months, and that it could be used to evacuate all the Terrans on. "And I'll personally shoot any able-bodied Terran who tries to board that ship," promised. "Get this through your heads, all of you. We are going to break this rebellion, and we are going to hold for the company and the Terran Federation." He looked around him. "Now get back to work, all of you," he told the group that had formed around him, and, "Miss Quinton, you just heard me order my adjutant, Colonel, on detached duty too. I want you to take over for him. You'll have rank and authority as Colonel for the duration of this war." She was thunderstruck. "But I know absolutely nothing about military matters. There must be 100 people here who are better qualified than I am. There are, and they all have jobs, and I'd have to find replacements for them, and replacements for the replacements. You won't leave any vacancy to be filled. And you'll learn fast enough." He went over to the situation map again, and looked at the arrangement of pink and white pills. "First of all, I want you to call at the military airport, and have an driver sent around here for me. I'm going up and have a look around. Barney, keep the show going while I'm out, and tell Colonel Quinton what it's all about. IX. Do push them anywhere, put them back in the bottle." He looked at his watch and stood for a moment, pumping the stale air and tobacco smoke of the telecast station out of his lungs, as the light let down into the street. 01:15, 2 hours and a half, since the mutiny at the native troops barracks had broken out. The company reservation was still ablaze with lights, and over the roof of the hospital and dispensary and test lab, he could see the glare of the burning barracks. There was more fire glare to the south, in the direction of the mine equipment park and the mine labor camp, and from that direction the bulk of the firing was to be heard. The driver, a young lieutenant who seemed to be of predominantly Malayan and Polynesian blood, slid back the canopy for him to climb in, then snapped it into place when he had strapped himself into his seat. "Can you handle the armament, sir?" he asked. Nodded approvingly. Not a very flattering question, but the boy was right to make sure before they started out. "I've done it once or twice," he understated. Let's go, I want to look at what's going on down at the equipment park and the labor camp first. They lifted up, the driver turning the nose of in the direction of the flames and explosions and magnesium lights to the south, and tapping his booster button gently. The vehicle shot forward and came floating in over the scene of the fighting. The situation map at the improvised headquarters had shown a mixture of pink and white pills in the mine equipment park. Something was going to have to be done about the lag in correcting it, for the area was entirely in the hands of loyal company troops, and the mob of laborers and mutinous soldiers had been pushed back into the temporary camp where the workers had been gathered to await transportation to the Arctic. As he feared, the rioting workers, many of whom were trained to handle equipment, had managed to lift up a number of dump trucks and bulldozers, intending to use them as improvised, but combat cars had gotten on the job promptly, and all of these had been shot down and were lying in wreckage, mostly among the rows of parked mining equipment. From the labor camp, a surprising volume of fire was being directed against the attack, which had already started from the retaken equipment park. This was just another evidence of the failure of intelligence and the constabulary, and consequently of himself, to anticipate the brewing storm. There was, of course, practically no chance of keeping from having native weapons, swords, knives, even bows and air rifles, and a certain number of made trade-quality automatic pistols could be expected, but most of the fire was coming from military rifles, and now and then he could see the furnace-like of a rifle or a bazooka, or the steady flicker of a machine gun. Even if a few of these weapons had been brought from the barracks by retreating 10th Infantry or 5th Cavalry mutineers, there were still too many. Hovering above the fighting, aloof from it, he saw 6 long troop carriers land and disgorge rifles who had been released by the liquidation of resistance at the native troops' barracks. A little later, 2 floated in, and then 2 more, going off and lumbering on treads to fire their 9mm rifles. At the same time, combat cars swooped in, banging away with their lighter autocannon and launching rockets. The titanium prefab huts, set up to house the laborers and intended to be taken north with them for their stay on the polar desert, were simply wiped away. Among the wreckage, resistance was being blown out like the lights of a candelabrum. Push the white pills out, girls, he thought. Don't push them anywhere, put them back in the bottle. This year there wouldn't be any mining done at the North Pole. Next year they'll be bitching about their dividend checks. And a lot of new machine operators are going to have to be trained for next year's mining. If there is any mining next year. He took up the hand phone and called HQ. What's the wavelength of the officer in command at the equipment park? A voice at the telecast station furnished it. He punched it out. Right overhead. That you, Major? Nice going, Major. How are your casualties? Not too bad. 20 or 30 and loyal, and 8 Terrans killed, about as many wounded. Pretty good, considering what you're running into. Get many of your mounted on those. About 100, a lot of got shot, while we were leading them out from the stables. Well, I can see geeks streaming away from the labor camp, out the south end, going in the direction of the river. Use what cavalry you have on them and what you can spare. I'll drop a few flares to show their position and direction. Anticipating him, the driver turned and started toward the dry river. Nodded approval and told him to release flares when over the fugitives. Right, replied. I'll get on it at once, General. And start moving that mine equipment up into the company area. Some of it we can put into the air, the rest we can use to build barricades. None of it do we want the geeks getting hold of, and the equipment park, outside our practical perimeter. I'll send people to help you move it. No need to do that, sir. I have about 150 loyal North foremen, technicians, overseers who can handle it. All right. Use your own judgment. Put the stuff back of the native troops' barracks, and between the power plant and the company office buildings, and anywhere else you can. The lieutenant nudged him and pushed a couple of buttons on the dashboard. Here go the flares now. Immediately, a couple of pounced in to strafe the fleeing enemy. Somebody must have already been issuing orders on another wavelength. A number of, riding, were galloping into the light of the flares. Now let's have a look at the native barracks and the maintenance yards, he said. And then we'll make a circuit around the reservation, about 2 or 3 miles out. I'm not happy about where's army is. The driver looked at him. I've been worrying about that too, sir, he said. I can't understand why he hasn't jumped us already. I know it takes time to get one of these geek armies on the road, but he's hoping our native troops and the mine laborers will be able to wipe us out themselves, said. For the timidity and stupidity of our enemies, Allah make us truly thankful, Amen. It's something no commander should depend on, but be glad when it happens. If it had a couple of regiments on hand outside the reservation to jump us as soon as the 10th and he could have swamped us in 20 minutes and we'll all have had our throats cut by now. There was nothing going on in the area between the native barracks and the mountains, except some sporadic firing, as small patrols have clashed with clumps of fleeing mutineers. All the barracks, even those of the rifles, were burning. The red and yellow danger lights around the power plant and the waterworks and the explosives magazines were still on. Most of the floodlights were still on, and there was still some fighting around the maintenance yard. It looked as though the survivors of the 10th NUNI were in a few small pockets, which were being squeezed out. There was nothing at all going on north of the reservation. The countryside, by day a checkerboard of walled fields and small villages, was dark except for a dim light here and there, where the occupants of some farmhouse had been awakened by the noise of battle. The dropped lower and the driver slid open the window beside him, could hear the grunts and snorts and squawks of farm animals, similarly aroused. Then 2 miles east of the reservation, he caught a new sound, the flowing, river-like murmur of something vast on the move. Hear that, Lieutenant? He asked. Head for it at about 1,000 feet. When we're directly above it, let go some flares. Yes, sir. The younger man had lowered his voice to a whisper. That's geek headed for the reservation. Maybe's army, thought aloud. Or maybe a city mob. Not quite noisy enough for a mob, is it, sir? A tired mob, told him. They'd start out on a run, yelling. By the time they got across the bridges to this side of the river, they'd be winded. They'd stop for a blow, and then they'd settle down to steady slogging to save their wind. Sometimes a mob like that's worse than a fresh mob. They get stubborn, they act more deliberately. The noises were growing clearer, louder. He picked up the phone and punched the wavelength of the military airport. My compliments to Colonel. Tell him there's a geek mob, or possibly regulars, on the main highway from 2 miles east of the reservation. Get some combat over here at once. We'll light them up for you. And tell Colonel to start flying patrols up and down along the river. This may not be the only gang that's coming out to see us. The sounds were directly below, now the scuffing of horny-soled feet on the dirt road, the clink and rattle of slung weapons, the clicking and of voices. The lieutenant said, Here go the flares, sir. Shut his eyes, then opened them slowly. The driver, upon releasing the flares, had nosed up, banked, turned, and was coming in again, down the road toward the advancing column. Peered into his all-armament sight, his foot on the machine gun pedal and his fingers on the rocket buttons. The highway below was jammed with geeks, and they were all stopped dead and staring upward, as though hypnotized by the lights. A second later, they had recovered and were shooting not at but at the 4 globes of blazing magnesium. Then he had the close-backed mass of non-humanity in his sights. He tramped the pedal and began punching buttons. He still had 4 rockets left by the time the mob was behind him. All right, let's take another pass at them. Same direction. The driver put the into a quick loop and came out of it in front of the mob, who now had their backs turned and were staring in the direction in which they had last seen the vehicle. Again plowed them with rockets and harrowed them with his guns. Some of them were trying to get over the high fences on either side of the road, really stockades of petrified tree trunks. Others were firing, and this time they were shooting at the. It took 1 hit from a heavy rifle, and immediately the driver banked and turned away from the road. Damn it, why did you do that? Demanded, lifting his foot from the gun pedal. Are you afraid of the kind of pop guns those geeks are using? I am not afraid to risk my vehicle or myself, sir, the lieutenant replied, with the extreme formality of a very junior officer chewing out a very senior one. I am, however, afraid to risk my passenger. Generals are not expendable, sir, neither are they issued for use as clay pigeons. He was right, of course. Admitted it. I'm too old to play cowboy like this, he said. Back to the reservation telecast station. Looking back over his shoulder, he saw 8 or 10 more flares alight, and the ground flashes of exploding shells and rockets. The air above the road was sparkling with gun flames. Must have had some ready to be sent off on the instant. While he had been out, somebody had gotten a TV pickup mounted on a lifter and run up to 2,000 feet on the end of a steel-tough mooring line. The big circular screen was lit, showing the whole company reservation, with the surrounding countryside foreshortened by perspective to the distant lights of. The map had been taken up from the floor, and a big terrain board had been brought in from the chief engineer's office and set up in its place. In front of the screen, Quentin, Barney, Colonel Lay, and conspicuously silent, sat drinking coffee and munching sandwiches. Half a dozen Terrans of both sexes were working furiously to get the markers which replaced the pink and white pills placed on the board, and one of Captain Snoncoms, with a headset, was getting combat reports directly from the switchboard. Everything was clicking like well-oiled machinery. On the TV screen, the residency area was ablaze with light, and so were the ship docks, the airport and spaceport, the shops, and the maintenance yard. On the terrain board, the latter was now marked as completely in company hands. The ruins of the native troops' barracks were still burning, and there was a twinkle of orange red here and there among the ruins of the labor camp. Much of the equipment for the polar mines had already been shifted into defensible ground. The rest of the circle was dark, except for the distant lights of where the nuclear power plant was apparently still functioning in native hands. Then, without warning, a spot of white light blazed into being southeast of the company area and southwest of, followed by another and another. Instantly glanced up at the row of smaller screens, and on one of them saw the view as picked up by a patrolling. The army of King of had finally put in its appearance, coming in 2 columns, one southward from, and the other northward along the west bank of the dry river. The former had crossed over and joined the latter, about 3 miles south of the reservation. The scene in the screen was similar to the one he had, himself, witnessed through his armament sight. The regulars had been marching in formation, some on the road and some along parallel lanes and paths. They had the look of trained and disciplined troops, but they had made the same mistake as the rabble that had been shot up on the north side of the reservation. Unused to attack from the air, they had all halted in place and were gaping open-mouthed, their opal teeth gleaming in the white flare light. However, before they had passed over them, the lead company of 1 regiment, armed with Terran rifles, had begun firing. In the big screen, it could be seen that Colonel had thrown most of his available at them, including the combat cars, that had already started to form the second wave of the attack on the mob to the north. Other flares bloomed in the darkness, and the fiery trails of rockets curved downward to end in yellow flashes on the ground. With the pickup circled back, the troops on the road and in the adjoining fields had broken. The former were caught between the fences, which made roads such death traps when under air attack. The latter had dispersed and were running away individually and by squads. At first it looked like a panic, but he could see officers signaling to the larger groups of fugitives to open out, apparently directing the flight. By this time there were 10 or 12 combat cars and about 20 at work. In the moving view from the pickup jeep, he saw what looked like a 9-beam rocket land in the middle of a company that was still trying to defend itself with small arms fire on the road, wiping out about half of them. "Make the most of it, boys," Barney, his mouth full of sandwich, was saying. "Heave it to them, you won't get another chance like that at those buggers." "Why not?" Colonel Quinton wanted to know. Her military education was progressing, but it still had a few gaps to fill in. "The next time they're airstruck, they won't stay bunched," replied. "A lot of them didn't stay bunched this time, if you noticed. And they'll keep out from between the fences." In the large screen, a quick succession of gun flashes leaped up from the direction of the river, and shells began bursting over the scene of the attack. The screen tuned to the pickup on the went dead. In the big screen, there was a twinkling of falling fire. Almost at once, 30 or 40 rocket trails converged on the gun position, and for a moment, explosions burned like a bonfire. They had a 75 at the rear of the column, somebody called from the big switchboard. Lieutenant's jeep was hit. Lieutenant is cutting in his pickup on the same wavelength. The small screen lighted again. In the big screen, a cluster of magnesium lights appeared above where the gun had been. In the small screen, there was a stubbled, pocked with craters, and the bodies of 15 or 20 natives, all rather badly mangled. An overturned and apparently destroyed 75 gun lay on its side. 5 or 6 fairly large fires had broken out, by this time, around the point of attack. Nodded approvingly. I was wondering how long it'd take somebody to think of that, he said. Granaries and forage stacks on some of these farms. They'll burn for half an hour at least. He looked at his watch. And by that time, it'll be daylight. As far as we know, that was the only 75 gun had, Colonel Lee said. He has at least 6, possibly 10, 40s. It's a wonder we haven't seen anything of them. Well, there's no way of being sure, said, but I have an idea they're all at or around the palace. Knows about how much we have. He's probably wondering why we aren't bombing him now. He doesn't know we've sold the palace to King for an army, said. And that reminds me how much could scrape together for an attack on us. I've been expecting a geek Luftwaffe over here at any moment. Colonel Lee studied the smoking tip of his cigarette for a moment. Well, owns, personally, 310 passenger, a thing like a troop carrier that he transports some of his courtiers around in, 4 armed with a pair of 15 machine guns apiece and 2 big lorries. There are possibly 200 vehicles of all types in and the country around, but some of them are in the hands of natives friendly to us and are hostile too. I can get the exact figures from the constabulary office at Company House. That's close enough, told him. And there'll be oodles of fuel and blasting explosives. Colonel Quinton, suppose you call Ede, the chief engineer, right away, have him commissioned colonel. Tell him to get to work making this place secure against air attack. Tell him to consult with Colonel. Tell him to get those geeks has penned in the repair dock at the airport and use them to dig slit trenches and fill sandbags and so on. He can use limited duty wounded to guard them, mister. You'll begin setting up something in the way of an ARP organization. You'll have to get along on what nobody else wants. You will also consult with Colonel and with Colonel. Better get started on it now. Just think of everything around here that could go wrong in case of an air attack and try to do something about it in advance.